Find a soft place to rest. Maybe you are in your bedroom with the lights turned low, a warm mug by your side, and the night air humming quietly beyond the window. Maybe you are curled on a couch, a blanket over your legs, or perhaps you are lying on the floor because the ground feels steady right now. Wherever you are, let this moment be enough. You do not need to make it prettier or stronger or more spiritual. You do not have to be impressive tonight. You only have to be exactly as you are, with everything that hurts and everything that still hopes. Let the shoulders settle. Let the jaw loosen. Let your hands rest, palms down, so the body knows it can be held by the earth. Grief is a tender visitor. Sometimes it pounds at the door, and sometimes it sits in the far corner, silent and heavy. Maybe your grief comes from the loss of someone dear. Maybe it is the grief of a dream that changed shape, a relationship that ended, a body that moves differently now, or a home you left behind. Grief is not only about funerals. It is about the 1,000 small endings that ask for our kindness. If your mind argues with that, if a voice says your loss is too small to count, let another part of you whisper it counts because it weighs on your heart. Tonight, we will practice letting go with love. Not letting go as in forgetting, dismissing, or forcing yourself to be over it. Letting go as in releasing the fight against what already is. Letting go as in opening a hand around a stone you have gripped for too long, so the fingers can breathe again. Take a slow breath in through the nose, just enough to feel the ribs widen a little. Exhale out through the mouth like a gentle sigh. If it feels right, place one hand over your chest and one hand over your belly. Feel warmth meeting warmth. You are here, alive, held by the simple rhythm of breath. Nothing has to change for this to be true. Let the exhale fall a little longer, as if your breath could comb through your nervous system, smoothing the tangles. If at any point feelings grow too big, you can open your eyes and look around the room. Find 3 steady shapes: the corner of a table, the curve of a plant, a speck of light on the wall, and name them softly. This is a way to remember that you have an anchor in each ordinary thing. Before we go on, let me know where you're listening from. And if this brings you peace, please subscribe to Calm Buddha Path so more people can find it. Now, allow me to sit beside you in the imagination. Think of me as a quiet friend in the next chair, speaking softly in the lamplight. We are going to travel together through the landscapes of grief, acceptance, and quiet strength. We will move gently, one small human step at a time. In the Buddhist tradition, suffering is not a punishment. It is a teacher, and sometimes a wild one. There is a difference between pain and suffering. Pain is the raw fact, the empty chair, the changed plan, the tender scar. Suffering adds the second layer, the tightening against the pain, the story that says it should not be this way or it will always be this way. Tonight, we are not trying to get rid of pain or to erase love's imprint. We are here to soften the second layer, to loosen the extra tightening. We are here to let love stay while the fight quietly leaves. In the language of the old teachings, 3 frictions keep us spinning. There is grasping, the wanting that clings to how things were, saying only that again, please, nothing else. There is pushing away, the aversion that throws back what hurts, saying not this, not ever. And there is the fog, confusion, that blurs our vision so we cannot tell which way is forward and which is simply a circle. In grief, these 3 frictions show up as yearning for what is gone, resisting what has arrived, and feeling lost in a world that no longer makes sense. You are not wrong for feeling any of this. These are the human waves that rise and fall in every heart. The practice is not to stop the ocean. The practice is to learn how to float without drowning, to let the wave pass without calling it your fault. Let us try a short, simple practice. It will take about 30 seconds. If it feels safe, close your eyes or lower your gaze. Breathe in to a count of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold briefly, just a pause, not a strain. Exhale to a count of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As you exhale, silently say, softening. Again. In 4. Pause. Out 6. Softening. If tears come, let them be the body's way of washing the tight corners. If no tears come, that is also perfect. When you are ready, let your breath return to easy. There is a gentle phrase that helps with letting go without losing love. You can try it exactly as you are. On an inhale, I remember. On an exhale, I release the fight. Memory is allowed. Love is allowed. And yet the fight against the truth of change begins to soften its grip. If those words do not fit you, you can make your own.
Inhale, icare.
Exhale, I soften. Inhale, here I am. Exhale, one breath at a time. Find a rhythm that feels like a friend in your own voice. Grief can make the body feel like a room with the furniture moved in the night. You wake up and reach for the lamp, but it is somewhere else. So we walk slowly and we relearn the room. Notice your feet and how they meet the ground. If you are lying down, notice the back of your heels or your calves touching the bed or the couch. If you are seated, feel the weight of your feet pressing into the floor. Imagine the floor as trusted ground, wide and simple. The earth has held you a long time. Let that be a comfort that does not need words. Bring your attention to your hands. If they are clenched, invite a small opening, just enough to let a little air between your fingers. Notice your jaw. Let it hang a fraction looser. Let the tongue rest on the floor of your mouth. Small bodily shifts tell the heart, it is okay to be here. You are teaching safety in a language older than thought. Sometimes, when grief is fresh, the mind tries to negotiate. It bargains with the past, repeating the scene with all the alternative lines. It imagines a different ending and then returns again to the fact that this is the ending we have. It is not failure to have those loops. It is love trying to protect itself with stories. When you notice the loop beginning, you might place a hand on your heart and say, Of course you are trying to find a better door. Of course you are searching for a way back. Then invite your attention to the current doorway. This inhale, this exhale, this touch of fabric on your skin. When the loop returns, you are not back at the beginning. You are practicing again. No practice is wasted. Each time you come home to the breath or the body, you strengthen the quiet muscle that holds you in the present with care. There is a picture I carry in my own inner pocket, and maybe it will help you. Imagine you are holding a small bowl that is cracked. You could hide the crack, glue it invisibly, pretend it was never there, or you could honor it. In some traditions, there is a way of mending that does not erase the break. It traces the crack with gold, so the line of rupture becomes a line of shining. The bowl is not the same as before. It does not need to be the same. It becomes something else, no less a bowl, but a bowl with a story written into it. Let your heart be like that. The crack is not an error to be eliminated. It is a path where light can travel. Let go with love does not mean never feel again. It means you stop insisting that the bowl must be exactly as it was, and you begin to cherish the way it holds now. Another small practice, simple and quick. Scan your space for one object that feels steady. Perhaps it is a book spine, a cup, a folded sweater, a plant leaf. Look at it for 2 breaths. On the first breath, note one physical detail, the color, the texture, the shape. On the second breath, feel your weight resting. Then let your gaze soften again. This is not a trick to erase grief. It is a way to remind your nervous system that steadiness exists alongside sorrow. When both are allowed, the system does not have to choose between collapse and denial. It can learn the third path, a kind presence with whatever is here. You might be wondering if letting go with love will betray what you lost. This is a tender worry. Many people think, If I soften, it means I did not love enough. If I allow joy, it means I am forgetting. If I stop arguing with the fact, it means I have given up. The heart is not a courtroom. Softening is not a verdict. It is simply a posture that lets you breathe. Think of a clenched fist that has been clenched for months. When it loosens, it does not lose the memory of what it was holding. It only lets blood flow back into the hand. You can carry love without carrying tension. You can keep faith without keeping the fight. If it feels right, whisper the name of who or what you are grieving. Say it in your own mind or softly into the room. Notice what happens in your body when you speak it. Maybe your throat tightens. Maybe your chest warms. Maybe you feel nothing at all. All of these are honest. Let your breath be a kind companion to whatever appears. If you need to pause this practice, you can. You are the guide here. The deepest wisdom of this path is that you can trust your own pacing. Nothing good is forced. We will spend many hours together, meeting different facets of this experience. Stories of the Buddha walking through loss, small practices for ordinary days, reframes that loosen shame and should, and ways of speaking to yourself that are both truthful and kind. For tonight, part 1 is an invitation and a promise. The invitation is to rest as you are. The promise is that we will not try to fix you. We will walk with you. Along the way, you might find that grief, when given air, changes texture. It shifts from a burning coal you have to hide to a candle you can carry. It still gives off heat and light, but it no longer scorches your palms. You begin to notice space around it, space where breath can move and life can continue. Let's return to the breath once more. Inhale through the nose for a count that feels easy, maybe 3 or 4. Exhale through the mouth a little longer. If it helps, purse your lips as if blowing on a spoon of tea to cool it. Feel the tiny relief that comes at the end of the out-breath, that small open place. Rest there for a heartbeat. It is like stepping out of the rain beneath an awning. You are still in the weather of your life, but there is shelter here. Try a short phrase, said to yourself as if you were speaking to someone you love. May I be gentle with this. May I allow what I cannot change. May I feel supported from below. If these words feel strange, try simply, I am here. Sometimes the most healing sentence is the simplest one. You have survived every moment until now. You are surviving this one too. If the mind asks for a plan, give it a kind, small plan. Tonight we breathe. Tomorrow we make tea. Sometime later we step outside and feel the air. Plans do not need to be grand to be good. In the days ahead, we will talk about acceptance, not as resignation, but as a courageous honesty that clears the fog. We will explore how identity can loosen its grip, so you are not only the one who lost but also the one who loves, the one who rests, the one who creates small beauty in ordinary rooms. We will learn to meet craving with a soft hand, aversion with warmth, and confusion with simple clarity. We will practice compassion as a daily skill. How you speak to yourself when you wake, how you choose what to place on your plate, how you pause before the next message or meeting. And we will return, again and again, to the quiet strength that grows when you stop fighting reality long enough to befriend it. For now, feel the gift of this ordinary moment. You have made a little sanctuary out of a corner of the world. The blanket, the cup, the hum of the night. These are like small monks sitting with you in silence, keeping watch. If a memory rises, hold it for a breath, then let it float where it wants to go. If your eyes grow heavy, let them. Sleep is a teacher too. If you stay awake, rest inside the rhythm of your breathing, like a small boat rising and falling on a gentle tide. There is nothing to earn in this hour, nothing to prove. You have permission to be exactly as you are. Before we close this beginning, place your attention again on your heart. Feel your hand there, or simply imagine warmth spreading behind your sternum. Say softly, "Thank you for carrying me." The body hears your sincerity. Even when it aches, it is trying to keep you. Even when it trembles, it is trying to tell you truth. You can be on your own side. This is the secret power of letting go with love. You let go of the fight, but you do not let go of yourself. You choose to stay. You choose kindness. You choose the next small step. If it helps, picture the horizon at dawn. The sky has not brightened yet, but it is thinking about it. The first birds consider singing. You sit wrapped in a blanket and you notice that the darkest blue is not as dark as before. That is enough for now. We will walk toward that edge of light together, slowly, in full respect of your heart. Let this be your last thought before we pause. Not fixing, not rushing, only company and breath. You are not alone here. Not tonight. Not on this path. Settle again, dear friend. Feel the weight of your body as a quiet statement of truth. The chair holds. The bed holds. The floor holds. Take one easy breath in through the nose and let the exhale leave like mist on a window. If the heart feels raw, imagine there is a warm cloth placed over it, not to smother feeling but to offer comfort to a living wound. If you need to shift position, do that now. Let comfort be a kind of wisdom rather than a luxury you have to earn. Tonight we turn toward a simple, brave idea: acceptance as soft honesty. Sometimes people hear the word acceptance and think it means agreeing with what happened, approving of the loss, or abandoning the love that made the loss meaningful. But acceptance in this practice is tender and precise. It means telling the truth about what is here without tightening around it. You can dislike the fact and still face it. You can keep loving and still let the fight loosen. Acceptance is not a resignation that collapses your spine. It is a gentle, upright posture that frees your lungs. One image. Imagine you are standing in the rain without a coat. For a while you argue with the weather. You say it should not rain, not today, not on me. The sky does not answer. You can keep arguing until you are shivering and soaked, or you can step under the awning, take stock, and decide your next caring move. Acceptance is stepping under the awning. The rain continues because life is still life, but you are less drenched by your own resistance. When you stop spending energy on the debate with reality, you have more strength to care for yourself and to honor what you love. Try a tiny practice of soft honesty. Takes 20 seconds. Let your eyes rest on any steady point in the room. Inhale gently and say inside, "This is here." Exhale and say, "And I am here too." Repeat once more, "This is here, and I am here too." Notice if the inner weather shifts by a degree, the way a dimmer turns rather than a switch flipping. We are not chasing a dramatic change. We are allowing a small, livable truth. In the teachings, there is a story of a mother named Kisagarami. Her child died, and her grief was a storm that would not end. She carried the small body from house to house, begging for medicine. Each door opened to a human face that recognized the ache but could not change the fact. Someone guided her to the Buddha, who listened with full attention, which is sometimes the rarest medicine. He told her to bring a handful of mustard seeds from a home where no one had ever died. She searched all day, knocking and asking. People pressed mustard seeds into her hand and then, with soft eyes, told their own truths. A father lost, a sister, a friend, a neighbor. By evening, her hands were full of seeds and her heart was full of the shared human story. She returned and understood, not as an idea, but as a lived knowledge, that death had visited every home. Her grief did not vanish, but its shape changed. It was no longer a punishment falling only on her house. It was part of the weather of being human. From that recognition, a new kind of strength arose. We return to this story not to diminish your specific loss, not to make it ordinary in a way that flattens it, but to place it in company. When pain sits alone, it grows heavy and strange. When pain sits among other human pains, it keeps its dignity and loses its isolation. Acceptance is this: the willingness to place your bowl among other bowls on a long table. Each bowl is cracked differently. Each one holds water all the same. Bring this to a modern moment. Perhaps you wake at 3 a.m. and the sorrow is wide awake beside you. The mind begins its bargaining or its blaming. You might try the two-step of soft honesty. First, name what is here in plain language. Sorrow is here. Tightness in my throat is here. The shape of the empty chair is here. No poetry required, only truth. Second, add one kind action that does not require the world to change. I will put one hand on my chest. I will sip water. I will open the window an inch for fresh air. I will choose a sentence that doesn't inflame the wound, like I'm allowed to be sad and safe at the same time. Truth plus care. This is acceptance as living practice. There is another teaching often offered with gentle hands: the two arrows. The first arrow is the pain we cannot avoid, the loss itself, the ache in the chest, the change we did not choose. The second arrow is the added suffering we throw at ourselves. The shoulds, the self-judgment, the endless reruns of the story with all the ways we were wrong or not enough. Acceptance is the moment you notice your hand reaching for the second arrow and you put it down. You still feel the first arrow. That is part of loving. But you decide not to add poison to the wound. You breathe. You stay with what is already difficult without layering on blame or forecasts of doom. Let's practice that with the breath. Inhale, noticing one raw, factual sensation. Maybe it is a heaviness in the chest, a heat in the face, a hollowness in the belly. Name it quietly. Exhale, and with the out-breath, imagine the second arrow dissolving. Let some sentence called not helpful drift away. Inhale, feel the body as it is. Exhale, drop one extra layer of commentary. Repeat for 3 or 4 breaths. If your mind insists on narrating, gently say, I hear you, and for this breath, we're doing something simpler. Acceptance also lives in how we speak to ourselves. In grief, the inner voice can become sharp, like a broom handle pressed into the ribs. It says you should be over this by now, or you didn't do enough, or you have to hold it together for everyone. Try upgrading the voice to something that tells the truth and protects your energy. Instead of you should be over this, you can say, I'm learning to live with this, and it takes the time it takes. Instead of you didn't do enough, you can say, I did what I could with who I was and what I knew then, and I can keep choosing care now. Instead of you have to hold it together for everyone, try, I can be honest and gentle. Other hearts can carry themselves too. Speak to yourself as if you are someone you would not abandon. In everyday life, acceptance turns traffic into practice, meetings into practice, scrolling into practice. In traffic, instead of arguing with the car that will not move faster, feel your hands on the wheel and the seat behind your back. Say, delay is here and I'm here too. Loosen your jaw. Let the exhale last a heartbeat longer. In a meeting, when a plan changes, notice the first wave of resistance and give it a name. Oh, pushback is here. Then ask a soft question. Given this reality, what is the most caring next step? When you scroll and a memory image slices the heart open, pause the thumb and place your attention on the breath moving at the nostrils. You can even say aloud, I love, therefore I ache. Now I will put the phone down and visit a steadier object for a minute, like the window or the horizon or a quiet corner of the floor. Acceptance is not passive. It is the foundation for wise action. Let us add a physical ritual that teaches the body the feeling of letting go without erasing love. Take a small object, if you have one nearby, a smooth stone, a coin, a folded piece of paper. Hold it in your fist as if it were the story you are tired of fighting. Feel the tension in your forearm, the small tremble of effort. Breathe in and out twice. On the third exhale, slowly unclose the fingers until the palm opens. Do not drop the object. Just let it rest on the open hand. Study how the body feels in this posture. The object is still here, but the fight is different. The hand is open and alive again. Practice this a few times. If you do not have an object, imagine one. The nervous system does not need a perfect prop to learn. Sometimes acceptance asks us to reframe identity. Grief can feel like a suit we never wanted to wear, labeled in big letters across the chest. The one who lost. You can honor what you lost without letting it swallow your entire name. Try softening identity with gentle phrases. I am a person who loves deeply. I am a person learning to live with change. I am a person who rests when needed. I am a person who can feel many things at once. Identity becomes a wider house. There is room for sorrow and room for the friend who makes you laugh, room for stillness and room for a walk, room for memory and room for new sunlight. When identity widens, the breath does too. A brief parable from an ordinary kitchen. A woman keeps her partner's favorite mug on the top shelf. Every morning she reaches for it and then stops, hand hovering, a little stab in the chest. One morning she takes the mug down, fills it with warm water, and places it beside her own cup of tea. She sits with both. She speaks a few simple words. Thank you for the mornings we had. I miss you. Then she pours the warm water into the sink and returns the mug to the shelf. Nothing supernatural has happened. No grand ceremony. Yet something in her body knows the difference between avoiding and honoring. Acceptance, on that day, looked like pouring a little warmth into an empty cup. On another day, it might look like leaving the mug where it is. On a third day, it might look like giving the mug to someone who needs one. Honesty meets care, and the next step emerges. Another micro-practice you can carry into any room. The 3 anchors. Choose 3 sensations in your body that usually feel neutral or steady. Feet on the ground, the weight of your hands, the contact of your back with support. When overwhelm begins to rise, visit each anchor for a single breath. Feet, 1 breath. Hands, 1 breath. Back, 1 breath. This is not a magic charm. It is a way of telling the nervous system you have ground, you have contact, you have support. After 3 breaths, you might feel a slight widening of perspective. From that tiny bit of space, the next caring action is easier to see. When confusion arrives, and in grief it will, the fog can make every decision feel like a test you are failing. Acceptance treats confusion as weather. You do not criticize fog for being fog. You slow down. You drive with your lights on. You make smaller moves. If you cannot decide whether to make a big call, decide to drink a glass of water and sit near a window for 5 minutes. If you cannot decide what to do with a closet full of clothes, decide to take out 1 shirt and sit with it for a minute. If you cannot decide whether to keep a promise you made before the loss, decide to speak to 1 kind person and let them reflect your options back to you. A path in fog is made of short, honest steps. People sometimes ask, but if I accept, will I stop honoring what I lost? Acceptance does not erase love. It changes the way love moves. Before acceptance, love may feel like a rope you are pulling against the ocean, desperately trying to drag the past back to shore. After acceptance, love is more like a light you carry. It illuminates what you do next. It warms the room you are in. It can be as quiet as washing the dish they used to wash, as practical as paying a bill on time because they would have wanted order, as creative as writing a memory and placing it in a jar to read when courage returns. Acceptance lets love travel without a tug of war. Notice the breath again. The grief may be heavy tonight. It may be a quiet companion. Either way, your breathing keeps arriving. Inhale, filling the side ribs a little. Exhale, as if fog is lifting a few feet above the ground. Inhale, a gentle willingness to be with what is here. exhale a soft release of the extra layer. If tears are present, let them be rain that feeds the garden of a heart that still knows how to grow. If the eyes are dry, let that be true too. There is no single correct physiology of mourning. Bring your attention to the small of your back. Imagine a hand there, if not your own, then the kind hand of a future you who has walked further on this path. That hand is saying nothing complicated. Only, I'm with you. Let your spine receive this support. Let your breath move from the belly to the chest and back down, like a tide that can be trusted. You do not have to force anything. You are practicing being with. We can also make a morning ritual that builds acceptance gently. When you wake, before picking up the phone or stepping into the day, sit on the edge of the bed. Place both feet on the floor. Say 3 honest sentences to yourself. Today I miss. Today I will choose one kind thing. Today I will not argue with the sky. Then choose the kind thing. It might be making the bed slowly. It might be sending a message to someone who steadies you. It might be stepping outside to feel the air and notice one tiny beauty. A line of ants, the curve of a leaf, the way light paints the wall. Repeating this ritual teaches your body that honesty and care can share the same breath. There may be moments when acceptance feels impossible. On those days, your practice can be smaller. Let acceptance be as simple as admitting, I cannot accept this right now. Even that is a kind of honesty that removes the whip from your hand. Pair the sentence with something grounding. I cannot accept this right now, and I will eat a warm meal. I cannot accept this right now, and I will lie on the floor for 2 minutes and breathe into my back. I cannot accept this right now, and I will not decide anything permanent today. Small mercies keep you tethered to life while the storm passes. As we near the end of this part, rest in an image. You are walking along a shoreline at dusk. In your hands is a lantern. The wind lifts and falls. Waves fold themselves onto the sand and slide back. You cannot control the tide. You can adjust your grip. You can shield the flame with your palm when the gusts rise. Acceptance is the way your hand learns how to hold the lantern so the light stays with you. You can set the lantern down when you need both hands. You can pass it to a friend for a few minutes when your arms ache. You can place it on a rock and sit beside it, watching the horizon change color. The lantern is love, no longer weaponized into a rope that burns your palms, but allowed to be what it is, warmth and guidance. Return once more to the steady places in your body. Feet, hands, back. Breathe into each for a single generous breath. Let your tongue rest. Let your shoulders drop toward the earth by a fraction. If you are ready for sleep, close your eyes and let the sentences of this part blur into a soft hum in the background. If you are awake, let the room be a low-lit temple made of very ordinary things. Blanket, cup, night sounds. Acceptance does not require special incense or sacred statues. It asks only for the courage to be with what is here and to choose the next kind step. Before we pause, place a hand over your heart again. Whisper, I will not add the second arrow. Whisper, I am allowed to tell the truth and breathe. Whisper, I can carry love in a kinder way. Feel the body's response, even if it is subtle. A small unclenching, a slight warmth at the center of the chest. A sense that your inner room is not as cramped as it was an hour ago. That is enough. Tomorrow we will continue, meeting more practices and stories, widening the path beneath your feet. For now, let the breath be the simplest teacher. In, like a tide, like a friend who does not leave. Settle into this moment as if you were easing into warm water. Your breath makes tiny ripples across the surface of awareness. The room holds steady. The night has its own slow heartbeat and you are allowed to rest inside it. If you have a blanket, tuck it a little closer around your legs. If you are lying down, Let the shoulder blades melt into their support. If you are seated, feel the friendly weight of your body in the chair. Let the next exhale be half a sigh. Let your face soften the way a window softens the afternoon light. Tonight, we lean into compassion as a steady hand. Not a dramatic feeling, not a performance. Compassion in this practice is a quiet stance you take toward your own aching life. It is the way you set the cup down gently even when your hands are shaking. It is the tone you use with yourself when you miss a step. It is the small decision to meet a wave with softness instead of a whip. Compassion often gets misunderstood. People think it means pity, or a blanket approval of everything, or a sigh that says, "Nothing can change." In the Buddhist view, compassion is clear seeing that moves toward care. You notice pain, yours or another's, without turning away or drowning in it. Then you ask, what helps? Not what fixes everything forever. What helps now in this breath-sized moment? When grief sits beside you on the couch at 11 p.m., compassion does not deliver a lecture. Compassion brings a glass of water, turns the harsh light down, puts a hand on the shoulder and waits with you. Let's name how compassion meets the three frictions we talked about before. When craving clings to the past, only the old life, only that person's laugh, only the way it used to be, compassion doesn't scold. Says, of course you long. This is how love echoes. And then it gently invites your attention to the breath that is living you right now, the body that still needs care. When aversion pushes away, no, not this, not ever, compassion acknowledges the reflex and asks, what small safety can we build so we can bear to look? A pillow under the knees, a friend on the phone, the promise that we will only look for 2 minutes, then rest. When confusion fogs the path, compassion slows the pace and narrows the task. Says, just choose a kind next step. You do not have to see the whole road in order to place one foot. Try a micro-practice to give compassion a voice. It lasts less than a minute. Place one hand on your chest. Imagine that your hand can speak without words. On the inhale, hear it say, I'm here. On the exhale, hear it add, with you. Repeat twice. I'm here. With you. There is no demand in these words.
No timeline.
Your nervous system often needs this most basic companionship, especially when the mind is busy trying to solve the solveless. If you feel silly, that's okay. Many useful practices feel odd at first. Let effectiveness matter more than elegance. A story now offered carefully. In the old accounts, there is a woman named Patakara. In a short span, loss tore through her life. Husband, children, parents. The pain undone her mind. Barefoot and broken, she wandered until she reached a place where the Buddha was teaching. Instead of turning away from her wild grief, he met her with a gaze that did not flinch. He spoke to her in the simple cadence of truth and care. He didn't say, be strong, or move on. He helped her see that she was not cursed alone. She was human among humans. He taught her to watch the breath, to feel the body, to take one step and then another. Her mind steadied enough to live again. I share this not to make your losses into a story with a neat bow, but to remind you that even the most shattered hearts have found a path when met with unflinching compassion. A path is not a miracle. It is a string of small steps that do not degrade your pain. In the modern world, we can practice this kind of compassion in small, repeatable ways. Imagine a morning when the bed feels like a shore you cannot leave. Compassion does not yell, "Get up already." Compassion sits on the edge of the bed with you and says, one thing, one foot to the floor, one sip of water, one slow breath with the window cracked so fresh air can touch your skin. Then another one thing. People often underestimate the power of one thing. But your body learns from actions, not arguments. When you give it doable kindness, it begins to trust you again. Consider the trap of retroactive control. Those long courtroom sessions in your head where you replay moments and prosecute yourself for not having had the wisdom of the afterstory. Compassion changes the courtroom into a kitchen. Instead of cross-examining yourself, you make tea. You sit at a small table in the present and say, I see that I did not have the map then that I have now. Of course I wandered. I was learning how the roads twist. You might even add, if I knew then what I know now, I would have done differently. I honor that. And now I will do the next kind thing that is available. Tea and honesty do more good than trials and punishments. Try a short script upgrade by the sink or the mirror. When a wave of blame rises, I should have known. I should have saved them. I should be over this. Place your palm on the cool surface and say softly, I will speak to myself as if I were someone I love. Then pick a sentence that passes that test. I did my best with who I was and what I knew. I am grieving because I loved. I am healing at the pace my nervous system can bear. The point is not to force a belief you don't hold. The point is to speak a sentence that calms rather than harms. The body hears the tone as much as the words. Compassion is also boundary. This surprises people who think compassion means being porous to everyone's needs. In grief, your capacity shifts day to day. Compassion says no when no protects your energy and your values. Compassion reschedules. Compassion chooses smaller gatherings. Compassion tells a well-meaning friend, I can't discuss solutions tonight. I only have room to be heard. A soft boundary is not a wall. It is a garden fence. It lets the right kind of care in and keeps the trampling out. Here is a practice to help you make such boundaries without panic. Stand or sit with your feet firm. Inhale and imagine a circle of warm light around your body at arm's length. Exhale and let the circle become softly visible to your inner eye. On the next inhale, say silently, I choose what enters. On the exhale, I choose what leaves. This is not magical thinking. It trains your attention to notice when you are overextending or collapsing. If you have to attend a gathering, take your circle with you. Picture sitting inside it. The conversation can reach you, but it does not flood you. If someone asks a question you cannot answer tonight, compassion arranges the words, thank you for caring. I don't have language for that right now. Compassion also widens the container of pain so it is less concentrated, like salt in water. There is a teaching image. If you put a handful of salt into a small cup of water, the water is undrinkable. Put the same salt into a lake and you barely taste it. The salt is still real. The difference is the container. When grief feels like a cup that's too small, compassion helps you step to the shoreline of a wider self. Not to dilute your experience into numbness, but to give breath and space so you can survive it. How do you widen? You remember your other names. You are not only the one who lost. You are also the one who loves, the one who notices the moon, the one who brings soup to a neighbor, the one who naps, the one who hums in the kitchen. The salt remains. The lake grows. Let's practice widening. Close your eyes if that feels safe. Inhale and say quietly, I am more than this moment. Exhale, I include this moment. Let your awareness step out to the edges of your body, as if you are listening with your skin. Feel the shape of your whole frame, not only the hotspot of pain. Notice the back of your head, the curve of your ears, the weight of your thighs, the steadiness of your heels. You are a field, not just a burning patch. Repeat the 2 sentences once more. I am more than this moment. I include this moment. Then relax the practice and let the breath move on its own. Compassion is a gardener that prefers small, steady work to sudden overhaul. Instead of ripping the weeds of sorrow from the soil, it lets you tend the beds that will keep you alive. Sleep, water, food you can actually chew, company that doesn't require you to be cheerful, a little movement each day. We can turn these into rituals so the body doesn't have to renegotiate them daily. A glass of water placed by the bed before sleep. A snack basket that's easy to reach. A list of 2 names you can text with a single emoji when words are hard. A song that carries your breath for 3 minutes when your own breath forgets its rhythm. Compassion organizes your life so kindness happens by default when memory fails. There's a small parable from the modern kitchen, different from the earlier mug. A person keeps forgetting to eat. Their friends keep saying, "You must take care of yourself," which feels like pressure. So the person puts a pot on the stove at noon each day. Same pot, same place. Fills it with water and boils eggs. The eggs are not gourmet. They are not a cure. But every day at noon, the kitchen smells like something manageable, and by 12:10 there is food. The body begins to trust the clock more than the mind. This, too, is compassion. Predictability that feeds the animal you live in. We can carry compassion into public moments where grief flares without warning. In the grocery store, a song rises from the ceiling speakers and your throat tightens. You can pause by the lemons and place a finger on the cool skin of one fruit. You can let its weight and texture drag you back inside your senses. You can breathe once and say, out-breath is here, in-breath is here. Then you can decide whether to keep shopping, step outside, or leave the cart for 5 minutes and return. All 3 are compassionate choices depending on the day. In a meeting, a name is spoken that breaks your focus. You can drop your gaze to your hands, rub thumb against fingertip, feel the ridges of your own skin. 1 breath, then pick the smallest task you can complete. 1 sentence to write, 1 box to tick. Compassion is not grand. It is practical and local. Sometimes compassion means letting yourself be helped. This is hard for many of us who learn to be the caretaker. Grief asks for a new humility to receive. If someone offers to bring dinner, you can accept and ask them to leave it on the porch if conversation feels too thin. If a friend says, "I'll come over and fold laundry while we listen to a quiet show," you can say yes. Receiving without performance is a skill. It rests on the belief that you are allowed to be a person who needs, not only a person who gives. Compassion gives that permission. The giving will return in time, in ways that do not exhaust you. The body carries grief not only in tears but in muscles and fascia, in breath patterns and sleep cycles. Without making medical claims, we can talk about gentle ways to invite ease into the living tissue. A 60-second practice. Lying down, place a pillow beneath your knees to soften the lower back. Put 1 hand on the belly, 1 on the chest. Inhale to feel the belly rise. Exhale to feel it fall. After 3 breaths, switch your attention to the chest. Inhale to feel the ribcage widen. Exhale to feel it settle. Then, if it feels okay, make the exhale a thread longer than the inhale. This lengthened exhale engages a quieting response in your system. Not a guarantee, not a cure, but a helpful nudge toward rest. Stop if it feels wrong. Keep if it feels kind. We can also bless the ordinary without ceremony. A short, whispered blessing can shift the texture of a day. Before you send a message, murmur, "May my words be true and gentle." Before you open a closet, murmur, "May I choose what supports me now." Before sleep, murmur, "May I be held." Blessings are not magical in the fantasy sense. They are gentle instructions to your own heart about the posture you want to take. Over time, the posture becomes more available. Consider the habit of comparison, which corrodes compassion. The mind says, "Others have it worse," as if that cancels your ache, or "Others seem to be coping better," as if coping were a competition. Compassion replies, "Suffering is not a contest, and healing is not a race." If you notice comparison, you can use a small redirect. Name 3 non-comparative facts. My chest is tight. The room is quiet. My feet are warm. Then add one kind action. I will stand near the window for 1 minute and look at the furthest thing I can see. Distance tells the nervous system there is space. Space gives the heart a place to unclench. A brief image to carry in your pocket. Compassion as a soft scarf around the throat. When the voice in your head gets cold and thin, wrap the scarf a little closer. When the wind of memory bites, lift the scarf to cover your mouth and nose. You can still breathe. You are a little warmer. The scarf doesn't change the weather. It changes your capacity to be in the weather without hardening into ice. Let's end this part with a ritual of letters. You will not send them. They are for your own hands to write and hold. If writing is too much, imagine the letters instead. There are 3 pages. On the first, from you now to you then. I see who you were, with your limits and your love. I don't punish you for not knowing. On the second, from you now to the one or the dream you lost. Thank you for what we shared. Your shape stays in my life in gentler ways. On the third, from you future to you now. Keep breathing. Keep choosing small kindnesses. I am here because you did. You can write 1 sentence on each page. Fold them. Place them somewhere safe. The act is the medicine, not the eloquence. Compassion writes to you across time. Before we pause, return to the simplest ground, the breath. Inhale like you are smelling something warm and familiar. Exhale as if you were fogging a window to draw a small heart on the glass with your fingertip. Feel your shoulders sink by a fraction. Feel your jaw unhook. If your eyes want to close, let them. If you are awake and still, rest in the low hum of being alive. You are practicing a new way to hold yourself in hard weather. Not fighting the sky, not collapsing on the road. Walking with a lantern and a scarf and a hand on your own shoulder. 1 breath, 1 step, 1 kindness. This is how compassion becomes a steady hand. If sleep arrives, greet it as an ally. If wakefulness stays, lay quietly in the company of your breathing and the ordinary guardians of the room. The lamp, the quiet drawer, the rectangle of shadow on the wall. Compassion is here too, not as fireworks, not as a grand speech, but as the undertone of how you are with yourself. You belong to your own care. You are allowed to be held from within. Settle again softly. Notice the line where your body meets the support beneath it, like a shoreline that does not need to prove it is there. Let your next inhale arrive without effort. Let your next exhale lengthen by a finger's width of time. If your mind is busy, give it a simple job. Listen for the furthest sound you can hear, then the nearest sound, then the sound of your own breath. You are not trying to control the world. You are learning to be in honest company with it. Tonight we turn toward clear seeing, the quiet skill that lets you tell the difference between what is happening and the story you are adding. In grief and in all tender places, the mind tries to help by predicting, dramatizing, defending. It paints thunderstorms on clear glass because it hopes to keep you safe. Clear seeing is not a scolding of the mind. It is a gentle pair of glasses you put on so the edges come back into focus. You do not have to like what you see to look at it with steady eyes. But when you see accurately, the heart doesn't waste energy fighting ghosts. It can choose the next kind move based on what is here. There is a classic image from the teachings. You walk at dusk and see a snake on the path. Your stomach drops, your breath catches. Then, looking closer, you realize it is a rope. The body's reaction was real. The danger was not. Clear seeing does not ridicule the body for leaping. It thanks the reflex for trying to guard you and then invites a second look. Many of our inner snakes are ropes. One text that goes unanswered and the mind decides you are abandoned forever. One photo that surfaces and the mind predicts a lifetime of being broken. Clear seeing asks a soft question. What is the rope and what is the snake here? You will not answer perfectly. You will answer more kindly with practice. Try a 20-second practice called Name and Nearer. Let one difficult thought rise, perhaps this pain will never end. Whisper, naming it, prediction. Then bring your attention nearer to a factual sensation. The weight of your hand on your thigh, the cool air at your nostrils, the rise of the belly. Spend one breath with the sensation. When the mind throws another thought, name it again, memory, fear, planning, and bring attention nearer once more. You are not erasing thoughts. You are letting them be thoughts while returning to the nearer truth of the body. Over time, this trains your inner compass to check the ground before it runs with a story. Clear seeing also disentangles want, push, and fog. In a quiet moment, you might ask, am I wanting something that isn't here, pushing away something that is, or lost in the blur? If wanting is alive, you can put a warm palm over it and say, of course. If pushing is active, you can soften the jaw and say, I see you resisting. Let's hold this for one breath. If fog has rolled in, you can choose smaller steps. This isn't self-critique. It's weather reporting from within. Knowing whether you are in sun, rain, or mist changes which shoes you wear. An everyday scene, you open your email and there is a message from a hospital or an old friend, or a workplace where everything changed. The chest tightens. Before clear seeing, the mind might sprint into a dozen rooms, catastrophe, defense, escape, slamming doors behind it. With clear seeing, you pause for one inhale, one exhale. You place your fingertips on the desk and feel the wood or plastic or fabric. You name the immediate truth. There is a message. I feel a rush. I am breathing. Then you choose a small, stabilizing action. Stand and drink a sip of water. Adjust the light so your eyes don't glare. Ask your body to soften one muscle. Forehead, shoulders, belly. Only then do you open the message. You bring steadiness to contact. You do not make the message gentle by force. You make your meeting with it gentle by choice. A short parable of clear seeing and effort. A musician wanted to play beautifully but could not keep a tune. In despair, he asked for help. The teacher asked, "How do you tune your lute?" The musician said, "Sometimes I tighten until the string is hard as wire. Sometimes I loosen until it sags." The teacher replied, "Too tight, the string snaps. Too loose, it will not sing. Tune it not too tight, not too loose." Clear seeing listens for this tuning in everything. In grief, too tight is the daily marathon of pretending you're fine. Too loose is dissolving all structure and calling it fate. The middle tuning is gentle rhythm. Simple rituals that hold you without strangling you. A wake-up phrase, a glass of water, 10 breaths by a window, a bedtime loosening. Clear seeing helps you notice when you're snapping strings or letting them fall slack. Let this be practical. If you find yourself scrolling late at night, eyes burning, and the feed becomes a tunnel of memory and comparison, clear seeing can whisper, "This is too tight on my heart right now." You can place the phone face down and choose an anchor, feeling your hands, counting your breaths to 4, naming 3 objects you can see in the dim room. Not a dramatic act, a retuning. When you feel aimless and disconnected, too loose, clear seeing can suggest a small, gentle structure. Shower, put on soft clothes, make a simple meal, text a single heart to a friend. Your life re-enters its frame without rigid rules. There is another teaching story, often told in different ways. 2 monks were walking along a muddy road when they met a woman who could not cross a puddle without soaking her robes. The older monk lifted her and carried her to the other side, then set her down and walked on. Hours later, the younger monk finally spoke, troubled. "We are not supposed to touch women. Why did you carry her?" The elder said, "I set her down hours ago. Are you still carrying her?" Clear seeing notices when you are still carrying what ended. It does not shame you. It just asks gently, "Is this load needed now?" If not, where can we set it down, even for a minute? You might practice this by placing your palm on a door frame before bed and saying, "I set down what I cannot hold tonight." You will pick up what you need in the morning. You do not have to carry the whole world across the threshold of sleep. Sometimes clear seeing is simply the courage to say the plain sentence. Instead of "I am broken forever," try, "I am in pain right now." Instead of "I will never feel joy again," try, "Joy seems far tonight." Instead of "I ruined everything," try, "I regret some choices and I also did the best I could then." The plain sentence is not a downgrade. It is a relief. It allows the body to stop bracing against a lifetime and meet one moment. And in one moment, breath is possible. In breath, care becomes possible. Try a 2-minute practice called window and floor. Sit or stand and look at the furthest thing you can see. A distant building, a dark square of sky through the window, the outline of a tree. Rest your eyes there for 3 breaths. This tells your system that space exists. The world is not collapsed into the radius of your suffering. Then look down at the floor within arm's reach. Rest your eyes there for 3 breaths. This returns you to ground. Alternate twice more, far, near, far, near. End with your eyes soft, half-lidded. Notice if your inner weather is a degree calmer. You widened and grounded at once. Clear seeing often needs both horizon and floor. In relationships, clear seeing unknots the tangle between your grief and other people's capacities. A friend who avoids heavy topics may love you and still be clumsy around sorrow. Clear seeing says, "I can appreciate their humor in small doses, and I will choose another friend when I need to be heard." You stop demanding every person be every role. This prevents the double hurt of asking a hammer to pour you tea. Clear seeing also notices when you perform being okay to protect others from discomfort. Instead of the performance, you can try, "I don't have many words tonight. Being with me in quiet would help." This kind clarity is not aggression. It is navigation. Bring clear seeing into the kitchen. You open a cabinet and a wave hits. Without clear seeing, you might slam the door and call yourself weak. With clear seeing, you say, "Wave is here." Then you choose the smallest helpful act that is available. Touch the counter and breathe. Take out 1 bowl, pour water. Step outside for a sip of air if needed. Your kitchen becomes a practice hall where sorrow can visit and you remain capable of one kind step. Little by little, the nervous system learns that memory does not equal emergency. Consider identity again. The mind loves labels because labels seem to give control. When loss arrives, a heavy label often appears. The one who failed, the one who was left, the one who always grieves. Clear seeing loosens the glue. You can hold identity like a coat you wear sometimes, useful against the wind, not sewn to your skin. When you notice a hard label, you can add the words sometimes and also. I am sometimes the one who misses. I am also the one who waters a plant. I am sometimes the one who feels lost. I am also the one who laughs at a video of a puppy trying to climb stairs. This is not denial. It is range. A wider map gives you more roads home. If decisions feel impossible, clear seeing suggests reducing the scope. Rather than deciding the fate of a lifetime collection tonight, you choose 3 items to place gently in a box labeled "Decide Later." Rather than determining whether to stay in a city for years, you decide to renew your lease for 3 months while you gather strength. Rather than answering every message, you answer the one with the simplest ask. Clear seeing shrinks decisions to your current capacity. When capacity changes, decisions can grow. Wisdom is not an all-or-nothing switch. It is a dimmer, a practical script for when thoughts start to spiral into always and never. When you hear always, try changing it to often or lately. I always cry becomes I cry often lately. When you hear never, try not yet. I will never sleep becomes I'm not sleeping yet. This simple grammar change is a form of clear seeing. It honors your current experience without sentencing you to permanence. The body responds to this gentler verb tense with a little more breath. Let's weave clear seeing with compassion and letting go in a single breath cycle. Inhale, name the truth, grief is here. Exhale, add kindness and I can be gentle. Inhale, see the rope and the snake, thought says forever. Exhale, loosen the grip, letting go of the fight against this moment. Repeat a few times. Name, kind, see, loosen. You are building a reflex that will serve you at 3 a.m. and at 3 p.m., in bed and in line at the pharmacy, in the kitchen and on the quiet stretch of road where a memory meets you. If you parent, clear seeing can soften a hard day. A child asks a question that touches your loss. Before clear seeing, you might shut down or flood with words. With clear seeing, you pause and feel your feet. You say, "That's a big question. I'm feeling a lot right now. Let's sit together for a minute." You let silence be a bridge rather than a wall. Later, when your own storm settles, you can add a simple truth in age-appropriate language. You model that sadness and steadiness can share one chair. Children learn most from how we breathe near them. In work life, clear seeing can keep your values intact when energy is low. You are asked to take on 3 extra tasks. Before clear seeing, you might agree and then burn. With clear seeing, you check the inner meter. You say, "I can take one of these now and revisit the others next week." If pressured, you repeat your sentence like a kind stone in the stream. This is not defiance. It is alignment with truth. Your capacity is finite. Your care must be shaped accordingly. Grief doesn't remove your wisdom. It asks you to use it more often. Another quick practice, 30 seconds, for public places. Press your tongue gently to the roof of your mouth, just behind your front teeth, and let your jaw loosen. Look down at a 45-degree angle. Exhale slowly through the nose as if you were blowing on the surface of soup. Feel your shoulders drop by a fraction. This posture signals safety to the body. Clear seeing isn't only about thoughts. It's about the way the body stands in the world. Let us walk in imagination through a small ritual of clean seeing before bedtime. You stand at the sink. Water runs over your hands. Say 3 sentences in your own tempo. What happened today that is true? What I added that I can set down? What kindness I can carry into sleep? For example, true, I saw their photo and cried. Added, I told myself I'll never be okay. I set that down. Kindness, I will read 2 pages of a gentle book and turn out the light. Rinse your hands as if you were rinsing the narrative you don't need. Pat them dry. Place them over your heart for 1 breath. Go to bed like someone who trusts that small rituals matter. If it helps, picture your mind as a room. Some days it is a hall of mirrors, reflecting fear back at itself. Clear seeing opens a window. You don't have to knock down the walls tonight. You just let air move. You notice that there is a sky beyond the ceiling and a sound beyond the old songs. You let memory be a guest rather than a landlord. You straighten 1 picture frame on the wall. A single sentence you want to live by tomorrow, something like, I will tell the truth and move slowly. The room is still yours. You do not abandon it. You make it kinder to inhabit. Return now to the body, steady and specific. Feel the left foot, then the right like tapping a small drum. Feel the wrists, a tender hinge that does so much in the day. Feel the space behind your eyes, cooled by your steady breath. Let the exhale lengthen again. Imagine it as a silk ribbon flowing out and down. With each out-breath, a little less gripping. With each in-breath, a little more room. Before we pause, hold this simple blessing in your inner palm. May I see what is here without turning against myself. May I tell the plain truth and choose 1 kind step. May I set down what is not needed for the night. Let the words be simple. Let the body be the student, not the judge. You are not required to be perfect at this, only willing. Willing is more than enough. Willing lets you sleep. Willing lets you wake. Willing lets grief be part of your weather without becoming your whole sky. The room is quieting. Your breath has found a rhythm that doesn't ask you for more than you have. You are learning to walk with a lantern, not to fix the night, but to see the path beneath your feet. You are learning to meet snakes as ropes and ropes as ropes, to tune your strings so they sing instead of snap, to put down the traveler you carried long after the river, to speak the sentence that opens the window. This is clear seeing in a human life, yours, right now. Rest in that. Rest in the fact that you are already practicing. Rest in the simple goodness of staying. If sleep is near, let it come like a tide that does not ask permission. If wakefulness remains, lie back in the company of your breath and the quiet shapes around you. Nothing urgent is required of you in this part. Only an honest gaze and a soft hand. Tomorrow we will keep weaving, letting go with love, the steady work of compassion, the relief of seeing clearly, until your days feel like a place you can live in again. For now, one more exhale like a ribbon, and the gentle permission to be exactly as you are. Settle as you are. Feel the simple warmth where your body touches the chair, the bed, the floor. Let the breath arrive like a tide and leave like a tide. If it helps, imagine a soft candle on a table across the room, its flame steady, not because there is no wind, but because it has learned to bend with it. Your attention can be that flame, steady through gentle movement. Tonight we practice letting go with love in ordinary, workable ways. Not a grand ceremony that solves everything in one sweep, but small rituals that change how your hands meet the day. Practice in this path means you do something you can repeat. It invites your body to learn safety and kindness inch by inch, even when your mind is tired of the same lessons. Repetition is not failure. It is devotion to what helps. Begin with a tiny bow to what you carry. You can do it right now. Find the slightest tilt of your head or lowering of your eyes and whisper inside, "I see that you're heavy." Then add, "I won't fight you for this breath." Notice if your shoulders drop a fraction. That drop is not pretending. It is the body receiving permission to stop wrestling for a moment. Love can breathe again inside that small pause. We will make a daily structure called the 3 gentle doors. Morning is the door of beginning. Midday is the door of continuing. Evening is the door of release. You do not need complex steps. Each door has a single, simple ritual so the day knows your intention. At the morning door, as your feet touch the ground, say one sentence that is honest and kind. It might be, "I miss and I will move gently." It might be, "I am not ready and I will drink water." It might be, "I will carry love as a lantern, not a rope." Then touch something cool or steady, the edge of a dresser, the wall, and let that touch be your signature on the sentence. The body remembers touch better than promises. At the midday door, you pause for 3 breaths when you can. If you are in an office or a kitchen or a car, choose a discreet anchor. The feel of your thighs in the chair, your hands on the steering wheel, the cool of the sink. Breathe and say, "Still here," still choosing small kindness. Then continue with the next ordinary task. Midday rituals keep you from forgetting yourself in the noise. At the evening door, you set one thing down. Not everything. One thing. A worry, a plan, a guilt story. You name it plainly. I set down the argument with yesterday, and you place your palm on a door frame or a pillow as if handing the item to the night itself. If the mind takes it back, you are not failing. You are a person. Place it down again. Muscles learn by repetition. Let's add a practice for anniversaries and sudden flares. The days when a date on the calendar or a scent in the hallway lifts the ache like a tide. Create a small corner of remembrance that you can assemble and disassemble easily. It could be as simple as a folded cloth, a photo, a candle you do not have to light, a stone. On days of swell, take 3 minutes to sit by this corner. Say the name or the word that holds your loss. Say thank you for one specific thing. Say I will carry you kindly by doing this one act today, and name it a call, a walk, a bit of order restored. Then, if you like, place your hands on your thighs and breathe until you feel the warmth of your own touch. This is not a shrine you must tend forever. It is a station where the train of your day can slow down, honor, then move. Letting go with love also shows up in how you meet objects. You do not have to make a museum of your grief, nor do you have to empty the house in a single sweep. Try a method called one, hold, decide later. You choose one item that tugs the heart. You hold it for a minute with full permission to feel what you feel. Then you place it in one of 2 boxes. Keep for now, decide later. There is no discard box tonight. Decide later is permission to have a future self. You are not your only version. When your strength grows, choices will grow. For now, you keep your integrity by not forcing what is beyond capacity. That restraint is a tender kind of power. A short parable from the life of the Buddha told softly. After awakening, he returned to his old city and met people who had known him as a prince. Some were delighted. Some were skeptical. Some wanted him to be what he was before. The story goes that he bowed to his father with respect and spoke plainly about the path he had found. He did not pretend to be a prince again. He did not reject his past. He let both truths live in one person. The son who bowed, the wanderer who taught. Letting go with love looks like this in a modern life. You can bow to your before self with respect and still be who you are now. You can hold the memories close without pretending you live inside them. You can say, "Thank you for carrying me until here," and then choose the next step with the feet you have today. Let's place this in a kitchen scene. You reach for a favorite bowl you haven't used since everything changed. Your throat tightens. Before, you might have shut the cabinet and walked away or forced yourself to act normal until you flooded. With practice, you pause. You place the palm of your hand on the counter and breathe one slow breath. You whisper, "Wave is here." Then you ask, what is the kind next step? Maybe it is using the bowl, letting tears fall into soapy water later. Maybe it is choosing another bowl today. Maybe it is rinsing the favorite bowl, drying it slowly, and placing it somewhere visible. A quiet acknowledgement that both memory and current life share this room. No correct answer, only honesty plus care. We will also craft a breath practice you can take on walks. It is a 4-step walking cadence that matches ordinary life. Step and inhale, here. Step and exhale, I am. Step and inhale with. Step and exhale, you. Here I am with you. The you can be your breath, the world, the memory, the ground, your own heart. Walk at an easy pace, a hallway, a sidewalk, an aisle in the market. If tears come, keep the cadence or stop and rest your hand on a shelf as if asking the world to keep you company for a minute. Movement carries what words cannot. When the 3 frictions get loud, wanting what was, pushing away what is, confusion about what to do, bring them into this walking cadence. On one cycle, breathe with wanting, here I am with longing. On the next, breathe with aversion, here I am with resistance. On the third, breathe with confusion, here I am with not knowing. Then walk 3 cycles with an ally, here I am with kindness. Naming does not make the sea flat. It makes you more seaworthy. Letting go with love in digital spaces matters too. Grief lives in phones as much as in photo albums. Consider a gentle boundary called windows and baskets. Windows are the times you allow yourself to enter memory scrolling with intention. For example, 10 minutes in the afternoon with tea. Baskets are where you place what you find. Screenshots printed and placed in a small box. A favorite video bookmarked in a note labeled, "For Tender Days." A message sent to a trusted friend saying, "Please hold this with me." Outside the windows, you keep the apps tucked away, not as denial, but as respect for your energy. This turns digital grief from ambush to visit. You do not have to live at the door to be a good host. Identity will try to harden in grief. This is who I am now, permanently. Letting go with love asks you to hold identity lightly, like a ring on a finger that you can turn as needed. Try a short self-introduction spoken in the mirror or quietly in the car. I am a person who loves and is learning to live with change. I move at human speed. I keep a lantern. I let myself be helped. Hear the sentences as if a friend said them to you. If the mind argues, let it. Then repeat your introduction like a steady drum. You are giving your nervous system a new, kind name to stand inside. There is a practice some find soothing called the water letter. You write a few lines to the one or the dream you lost. Use plain words. Thank you for. I miss. I am trying to. Fold the paper. Fill a bowl with water. Place the folded letter in the bowl and let the fibers soften. You can leave it there overnight and pour the water onto a plant in the morning, or you can lift the paper and hold it as it falls apart. The point is not to erase. The point is to let water witness and carry. If that feels wrong, you can sit by the bowl and simply breathe, letting the surface stand for the part of you that is calm enough to reflect. Try a 60-second body practice to meet sudden surges. Sit or stand. Place one palm on your sternum, the other on your lower belly. Inhale into the lower hand first, letting the belly rise. Exhale and feel the chest hands soften. Repeat 3 times, lower than upper, exhale soft. Then switch, inhale upper, exhale lower, 3 times. You are teaching the breath to move through the whole house of the torso, so no room feels abandoned. If emotion swells, widen your elbows a bit to open the chest without force, and let a slow sigh leave through parted lips. Always stop if it feels wrong. Always keep what helps. Let's talk about sleep, because night can make everything louder. Without making promises, we can build a wind down that respects your change system. An hour before bed, dim one light, not all. Folding the day slowly tells your body that you will not be asked for sharp focus much longer. Set out a glass of water within reach of the bed. Place one book or poem within arm's reach. Something gentle you can read for 2 minutes in the dark if the mind starts a courtroom session. When you lie down, place one hand on the bed beside your thigh, palm down, and imagine the earth holding your hand back. Whisper, "You hold me, I release a little." Not everything, a little. If wakefulness returns at 3 a.m., sit up for 3 minutes, drink a sip, and say, "I am awake and safe." Then lie back down and count 5 breaths with a slow inhale and longer exhale. This does not guarantee sleep. It guarantees gentleness. In relationships with living people, letting go with love means updating how you ask and answer. If someone you trust says, "How are you?" you can give a weather report instead of an essay. "Today is a light rain with a breeze," or "heavy morning, clearing in the afternoon." This short code honors the truth and protects your energy. It also trains your circle to meet you with the right kind of care without turning every conversation into an autopsy of pain. When a well-meaning person urges, "Stay strong," you can translate it in your heart to, "I don't know what to say," and reply with a boundary that still keeps connection. I'm practicing being honest and gentle. Listening helps most. Money and work are part of grief's landscape.
Bill arrive.
Deadlines exist. Letting go with love can look like simplifying your commitments for a season. Choose one value to steer by, stability, presence, or kindness, and let it guide your yes and no. Stability chooses what keeps the roof and food steady with the least chaos. Presence chooses fewer tasks so you can attend to the heart and the people who anchor you. Kindness chooses work rhythms that do not strip sleep. You do not owe anyone a performance of productivity. You owe your life truthful care. The emails will meet a more capable you when the ground firms. There is a modern parable about attachment and release. A child holds a helium balloon tightly, so afraid to lose it that their hand cramps and the play is joyless. An elder kneels and says, "Let's tie a ribbon to your wrist. You can open your hand without losing the balloon." The child resists, then agrees, and discovers they can run and the balloon will stay. Letting go with love is like tying a ribbon to memory. You do not have to squeeze it until your hand hurts. You can let your hand open and still feel the thread. What is the ribbon for you? Perhaps a weekly letter to the one you miss. Perhaps a simple recipe you cook on Sundays. Perhaps a quiet walk on the street you shared. Threads, not ropes. Open hands, not cramped fists. When the heart feels torn between honoring and moving, practice a blended act. You clean a room while playing a song that belongs to your before life. You donate a coat and place a small note in the pocket that says, "May this keep you warm." You pay a bill and say, "This is part of love too." Blended acts teach the nervous system that movement and memory can share 1 hour without betrayal. If you parent or care for others while grieving, let letting go with love include the schedule. Children and elders feel safer with known rhythms. Choose a small anchor for mornings and another for nights. The same breakfast on weekdays, a shared 3-breath pause before lights out. When you cannot manage the usual cheer, name it simply, "I'm quiet today, not because of you." Then invite help in a way that suits their age. Would you hand me the spoon? Will you sit with me while I fold? Let them see you ask for help without shame. This is a gift to the future adults they are becoming. We return to the 3 frictions as weather. Wanting will come, of course. Pushing will arrive, of course. Fog will roll in, of course. Tonight, when wanting bites, try "I see you." We will visit memory at 4 o'clock tomorrow for 10 minutes. When pushing spikes, try "I hear no." We will hold this for 1 breath without forcing change. When fog thickens, try "I will make smaller moves, water, window, 1 text." You are allowed to coach yourself like a kind guide. Over time, the frictions still appear, but they do not drive. Let's close with a practice called the gentle shelf. Picture a shelf at heart level inside you. On this shelf are 12 small stones. Each stone is a moment of relief you can give yourself without permission from anyone else. A nap, a warm shower, stepping outside and turning your face toward the sky for 30 seconds, a favorite song, quiet company, a clean pillowcase, a tidy corner of a messy room, a note to your future self, a slow stretch, a cup warmed between your hands, a steady object to hold, a good cry. When a hard hour comes, you reach for a stone. Not because it fixes you, because it reminds you that you can still give yourself something good. The shelf is not a should list. It is a mercy rack. Feel your breath again. Inhale softly through the nose. Exhale a touch longer, as if your exhale were a ribbon you place on the gentle shelf before sleep. If the room is dim, let it be your small temple. If the room is bright, close your eyes for a moment and let darkness be a kind curtain. Say this if it fits: I will not grip. I will not abandon. I will keep the thread. The night can carry the rest. You are learning to let go with love, to loosen the fight while honoring what mattered. You are making rituals small enough to repeat, strong enough to hold. You are teaching your hands to open without losing what they cherish. You are building a day with 3 doors and a shelf of mercies. Grief remains real, and so does your growing steadiness. Rest in that truth now. Let your breath tuck you in. Come back to the simple ground of now. Feel the way your body meets support like a shoreline meeting the sea. Let your breath come as it wants to come. If there is a restless edge in you, do not try to sand it down. Imagine laying a soft cloth over it instead. The cloth doesn't erase the ridge. it makes contact kinder. For this part, we will sit with 3 familiar visitors that complicate grief and everyday life: wanting, pushing away, and the fog of not knowing. We will not banish them. We will offer tea, listen well, and learn how to travel in their weather without losing our way. Craving first. When love has been interrupted, the body and mind reach forward and backward at once. They go hunting for the shape that used to fit your palm. In the old language, craving is tanha, thirst. Thirst is not a sin. It is a sign of life. But when thirst drives the cart, it runs us into ditches. Craving speaks in superlatives. Only that again. Only that person's voice. Only that exact life. It is honest about its desire and confused about reality. The heart longs, and that longing is a form of love. But craving tightens its grip and insists that the tide reverse for you alone. A gentle practice for craving is called letting the wave crest. Sit as you are. Notice an urge that is here tonight, the urge to scroll through photos for hours, to send a message you will regret, to buy a cart of things that promise to fill the ache. Give the urge a shape or a color in your mind. Maybe it's a silver thread pulling your chest forward. Maybe it's a small motor buzzing behind your ribs. For 1 minute, do not obey and do not fight. Breathe and feel where the urge lives in your body. Count quietly to 30, then 30 again. If it helps, place one hand over the urge and imagine you are keeping it company, like sitting beside a child too antsy to sleep. When the minute ends, ask one question: what small care would help right now? Then do that. 1 glass of water. 1 lap around the room. 1 note dropped into a jar labeled later. In time, you will learn the texture of your waves, and the crest will stop scaring you into immediate action. Now aversion, the reflex to push away what stings. Aversion is fast. It slams doors, cancels plans, locks shoulders, spits out the taste of the present. You are not wrong for this reflex. Touch a hot stove and you pull back. The trouble begins when aversion keeps the stove hot in your mind long after you've stepped away. In grief, aversion hides inside numbing habits, inside the joke that cuts too quick, inside the tightness that refuses to look at a chair, a street, a song. Aversion says, if I don't feel it, it won't be true. But truth persists gently. We can coax our eyes open without flooding. Try a 2-minute gaze practice called 2%. Choose something that carries a little sting, a photograph, a mug, a line in an email. Tell yourself you will look at it with just 2% more softness than yesterday. Not a hero's leap. 2%. Soften the muscles around your eyes. Let your breath out longer than you take it in. Keep a palm on your thigh as a tether. Look, if the wave rises too high, look away and touch the nearest steady thing. Table edge, door frame. Then look back for a single breath. This is how aversion learns you will not abandon yourself to the storm nor to the cave. It learns your company. Confusion is more subtle. It is the fog that turns every path into guesswork. Grief changes your inner map. The road you could walk with your eyes closed now feels strange. Confusion whispers dangerous stories. You must solve the rest of your life tonight. If you choose wrong, you ruin everything. If you move at all, you betray the past. Confusion thrives on speed and isolation. We answer by slowing down and widening the circle. A simple script. When fog is here, say 3 sentences out loud or under your breath. I don't know yet. I am not required to know yet. I will choose the next kind step. Let the step be small enough that your nervous system says maybe instead of no. Choosing to drink water is a kind step. Choosing to sit by a window is a kind step. Choosing to text a single word, here, to a gentle friend is a kind step. Confusion loses some of its power when you make micro-decisions that align with care. You don't have to see the mountains to walk to the mailbox. There is a teaching story that sits like a calm stone at the center of these practices. On the night the Buddha awakened, Mara, the personification of fear, craving, doubt, arrived with armies of distraction and storm. He threw spears of panic, winds of confusion, bouquets of seduction. The story says the spears turned to flowers and fell away. The winds quieted. The bouquets lost their shine. But Mara did not disappear forever. He kept visiting again and again at inconvenient times. Each time, the Buddha is said to have greeted him without drama. "I see you, Mara." Sometimes he invited him to tea. The power was not in conquering once. It was in seeing clearly again and again and choosing not to be ruled. You can borrow this line. When craving pulls, when aversion barks, when confusion fogs, say, "I see you, Mara." You do not have to believe in a being named Mara to use the posture. You are naming the pattern. You are refusing to make it your identity. You are turning a flood into a visitor at the doorstep. If you like, you can add a second line, "Sit with me while I breathe." Then return to a physical anchor, hands, feet, the weight of your body, and let the visitor be a visitor. Let's bring the 3 visitors into modern rooms. It is late. Your bed is warm. The mind whispers, just one more hour with the photos. Craving frames this as devotion. You pause and say, "I see you, Mara." You place the phone on the floor face down. You slide your hand beneath your pillow and feel the cool fabric. For 10 breaths, you let wanting be wanting while your body learns that letting go of the device is not betrayal. If the urge remains fierce, you give it a window tomorrow, 10 minutes after lunch, with a glass of water and a candle. You are training your system that love is not the same as compulsion. Another room, the grocery store, a song overhead, a corridor of memory, and the impulse to leave the cart and run. Aversion says, "Out now." You put one hand on a lemon and feel its cool skin. "I see you, Mara." You breathe 3 quiet breaths into your back. You make one small choice. Step outside for air and then return for 2 items, or pay and go home, or stand still and count your heartbeat to 30. Any choice can be kind, depending on the day. The point is that you choose with awareness rather than reflex. Fog room, your desk. Bills and forms and emails and the sensation that your brain is wet wool. Confusion says you're failing at life. You answer with a list of 3 this hour, not this life. Drink water. Pay the simplest bill. Reply to the message that asks only a yes or a no. Write one sentence to the future you that says, "I did one true thing today." You do not clear the fog by declaring a sunny day. You clear it by turning on a small light and moving one careful step at a time. One of the most compassionate skills you can practice is changing the verb tense of your inner voice. Craving says never and only. Aversion says always and nothing. Confusion says must and ruin. Try this instead. Not yet, not only, not always, not never, not ruin, not must. Out loud if you can. I am not sleeping yet. I am not only this loss. Today is not always. This is not never. My choice will not ruin everything. I am not required to know now. Your nervous system hears these softer edges and gives back a little breath. Make a map of your personal triggers, but make it a kind map, not a wanted poster. Sit with a pen and paper if you like, or imagine the list as you lie there. Write or whisper 3 columns. Pulls, pushes, foggers. Pulls are things that yank you into craving, late-night feeds, certain streets, objects that promise a shortcut to before. Pushes are the sharp edges that make you brace. Unexpected photos, particular conversations, crowded spaces. Foggers are the conditions that blur your inner sight. Exhaustion, too little food, too much caffeine, isolation. For each, add one countercare. A pull meets a window and a chaperone. 10 minutes with a timer and a glass of water. A push meets a 2% gaze and a permission slip to leave. A fogger meets a ritual, protein by noon, a walk around the block, 2 texts sent before 4 p.m. This is not control. It is friendly urban planning for your day. There is a parable from a small mountain monastery. A young monk complained that his mind was a room with too many doors. Craving walked in one, aversion another, confusion a third. He asked the old teacher to teach him a lock for each door. The teacher smiled and handed him a broom. "Sweep the floor," he said, "and open the window. When guests arrive, give them a cushion and keep sweeping." The young monk was confused until he practiced. He saw that trying to nail every door shut kept him from living. Sweeping was breathing, noticing, simple kindness. The window was clear seeing, the sense of space beyond the walls. The guests still came. He no longer mistook them for kings. In time, they stayed less long. Let's translate the broom into daily action. Your broom can be one repeatable act that steadies you no matter which visitor arrives. Tea is a broom. Watering a plant is a broom. Making the bed gently is a broom. Sitting on the floor with your back against the couch for 3 minutes is a broom. Choose one and call it your sweep. When urge, push, or fog knocks, do your sweep. You are not ignoring the visitor. You are greeting them while keeping your house livable. Identity often tangles with the visitors. Craving says you are the one who cannot let go. Aversion says you are the one who can't handle it. Confusion says you are the one who never knows. You can loosen these labels with a soft addition. Sometimes and also, sometimes I cling. Also, I can open my hand for one breath. Sometimes I flinch. Also, I can look for 2% longer. Sometimes I don't know. Also, I can choose a kind step. This is not a trick of words. It is a widening of who you can be inside a day. There is a body practice that teaches this widening. Lie down if that's possible. Otherwise, sit tall with support behind you. Imagine your torso as 3 rooms. The belly is room 1, the chest is room 2, the throat and face are room 3. Inhale into room 1. Feel the belly rise. Exhale, soften the jaw in room 3. Inhale into room 2. Feel the ribs widen. Exhale, soften the belly. Inhale into room 3. Let the breath cool the back of the throat. Exhale, soften the chest. 3 rooms, 3 breaths, 3 softenings. When a visitor is loud, often one room is clenched. This simple tour invites the whole house to participate in being alive, not just the loudest room. You will meet days when all 3 visitors arrive together. You ache for what is gone, you push away what is here, and you are unsure what to do. On those days, remember the smallest loop. Pause, name, soften, choose. Pause for one breath. Name what's here, wanting, pushing, fog. Soften one muscle, jaw or shoulders or belly. Choose one kind next step, water, window, word to a friend, walk to the mailbox, warm the hands around a cup. Then repeat, like rowing a small boat across a lake. Pause, name, soften, choose. You do not have to see the far shore to keep rowing. Consider how these visitors appear in relationships. Craving can make you reach for people who cannot meet you. Pushing can make you snap at those who would hold you. Fog can make you say yes when no is kinder. Clear seeing and compassion shift the dance. Before you message someone who often leaves you emptier, breathe 1 minute and ask, what am I actually asking for? If the answer is to be seen tenderly, you might choose to write a letter to the one you miss and place it in your water bowl instead, or message the friend who always answers with steadiness. Before you snap, place your tongue on the roof of your mouth and count to 5 silently. This interrupts the reflex long enough to choose a truer sentence. Before you say yes, put your palm on your chest and feel one breath. If the chest hardens, try, I want to say yes and my capacity is no tonight. When capacity is honored, love lasts longer. Let your home help you. There are simple environmental tweaks that support this practice. Put a small bowl by the door for setting down what you cannot carry at night. Say it aloud when you touch the bowl. Keep a glass by the sink dedicated to your pause. Drink from it when craving surges. Place a comfortable chair near a window and declare it your fog seat. No decisions there, only breathing and looking far, then near, then far again. Leave a soft scarf on the back of that chair and wrap it when aversion chills you. Homes can be altars made of ordinary things. Sometimes the visitors wear disguises. Craving puts on the costume of nostalgia. Aversion calls itself standards. Confusion poses as prudence. A helpful test is to ask how a pattern leaves you. After nostalgia scrolling, do you feel nourished or hollow? After standards lead you to throw away the thing that mattered, do you feel aligned or brittle? After prudence delays every gentle action, do you feel safe or stagnant? You do not need to argue with the disguise. You can just notice how your body feels and choose a kinder pattern tomorrow. This is how wisdom grows, by noticing consequences with tenderness, not by performing rightness. A small scene at dusk. You stand at the sink and the sky outside is turning a bruised blue. Craving is a thread pulling you to your phone. Aversion is a hard shell over your chest. Fog is the steam on the window. You decide to try the lantern of practice rather than the floodlight of force. You rinse your hands slowly. You say the 3 sentences, I don't know yet. I am not required to know yet. I will choose the next kind step. You dry your hands. You pick up the scarf from the chair and wrap it once. You sit and look at the furthest thing you can see. You breathe. Craving, pushing, fog. None of them are gone. But they are no longer kings. They are weather. You are a person with a coat and a lantern. Before we close this part, let us give the visitors a respectful farewell for the night. Place one hand over your heart and one over your belly. Inhale and say quietly, longing is welcome and I will not let it drive. Exhale and say, resistance is seen and I will not let it rule. Inhale and say, not knowing is here and I can still be kind. Exhale and say, I am allowed to rest. Feel how your palms warm your own body. Feel the chair or bed receive your weight. If your eyes grow heavy, let sleep be the friend who takes the second shift. If you stay awake a while, let the room be your monastery. The lamp is a low moon, the cup a small bell, the hush in the hallway the sound of a companion walking by, checking that you are safe. You are learning to live with honest visitors and a steady host. You are not chasing a life without waves. You are becoming a person who can float, who can paddle, who can rest on the shore when needed. Wanting, pushing, fogging. These are not proof of failure. They are proof that you are alive in a changing world. Every time you see them and choose a kinder response, you place another stone in the path beneath your feet. Soon the path will feel like a place you can trust again. Not because the world has changed its weather, but because you have learned to walk with a lantern and to sweep the floor while guests come and go. Breathe one more time with all this, simply and slowly. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Let the exhale be a soft ribbon placed on the night. Thank yourself without flourish for doing the quiet work few people see. You are building a life that can hold love without war. You are allowed to lie down and be kept by your own breath. The rest can wait. Settle again, dear friend. Let your breath meet you where you are, not where you think you should be. Feel the quiet contract between your body and the surface beneath it, the honorable gravity that doesn't ask for performance. If your mind is talkative, that's okay. Let it speak the first sentences to the empty room and then let the room speak back with its hush. You're here. That's enough to begin. Tonight we turn toward identity, the tender question of who you are after change. Grief can make your name feel like a shirt someone else chose. You look in the mirror and see not only your face but a label across your chest. the one who lost, the one who failed, the one left behind. It is natural to grasp for a narrative. The nervous system loves certainty, even when the certainty is painful. In this part, we practice loosening, not erasing identity, but holding it like a coat you can take on and off, an outfit you choose for weather, not a tattoo on your bones. When identity is light, compassion moves more easily. When identity is soft, letting go with love becomes possible without feeling like betrayal. Picture to start. Imagine a hallway with a simple wooden rack. On the pegs hang jackets with names stitched on the collars. Parent, partner, creator, caretaker, griever, friend, professional, student, wanderer, quiet one, brave one, and a dozen more. Each jacket fits differently on different days. Some are thick and warm. Some are thin like a summer shirt. The hard times come when you believe you must wear one jacket all day and sleep in it too. What if you could hang up a jacket at dusk, thank it, and choose another in the morning? What if griever didn't have to be a uniform but could be a cloak you wear in certain rooms and set down to move your shoulders freely in others? That is the skill we're learning. Honest names worn lightly. Try a small practice now. Think of the label that has been loudest lately. Maybe it is the one who lost. Maybe it is the one who must hold everything together. Maybe it is the one who should have known. Whisper it once to yourself and notice what happens in your body. Where does it tighten? Where does it pull? Now place the word sometimes on the front and also at the end. Sometimes I am the one who lost, and I am also the one who waters a plant. Feel if anything shifts by a degree. You are not denying the truth. You are widening it. The nervous system loves this widening because it makes more room for breath. There is an old teaching image about a cart on a road. People point and say, "That's a cart." But what is the cart? The wheels alone are not the cart. The axle is not the cart. The frame is not the cart. The cart is the useful name we give to the parts when they work together for a while. In the same way, you are a conversation of parts, body sensations, feelings, thoughts, memories, roles, values moving together for a while. The name you give the conversation is helpful when it steers care, and painful when it hardens into a verdict. Clear seeing notices this. Compassion invites gentle names. Letting go with love relaxes the grip on any single name so you can keep moving. A modern version of the cart, your online bio, the little sentence under your profile picture. On some days it feels like a promise. On others it feels like a cage. You can practice softening identity by changing your inner bio, not necessarily the public one. Tonight your inner bio might read, a person caring for a tender heart, breathing, making tea, sleeping if sleep comes. Tomorrow it might read, a person who answers 2 emails and looks at the sky for 3 minutes. Let the bio be a pencil note in the margin of your day, not a law carved in stone. The body relaxes when the law becomes a note. We often cling to identity out of love and fear. Love says, if I stop calling myself theirs, I will lose them. Fear says, if I stop calling myself strong, I will fall apart. The practice here is not to rip the name tag off your shirt. It is to add a few more lines beneath it. There's yes and also my own. Strong sometimes and also resting sometimes. Words can be rope or ribbon. We choose ribbon. Try a 30-second language shift with me. Replace I am with there is when you speak about temporary states. Instead of I am broken, try there is brokenness here. Instead of I am anxious, try there is anxiety visiting. Instead of I am alone, try there is loneliness in the room. This tiny change lets the feeling be true without making it your whole name. Your body hears the difference. It is easier to care for something that is visiting than for a self you think is permanent. A bedside scene. You wake at 3 a.m. and the mind starts its roll call. loser, fool, widow, orphan, failure, burden. Instead of wrestling each word, you can do a name tag ritual. Imagine a small bowl on your nightstand. With your breath, place each name tag in the bowl. Whisper, "Thank you for trying to keep me safe. You can rest while I breathe." Place your palm over the bowl for 3 slow breaths. You haven't argued. You haven't agreed. You have honored and set down. Then you choose the simplest identity that helps you right now. Breather. You wear breather for 5 minutes. Fits every body in every room. Another practice uses index cards or small slips of paper. Write different roles you carry, some public, some private. 1 per card. Shuffle them and place them face down. Draw 3 in the morning. Those are today's foreground roles. Others can visit, but these get priority. If griever is drawn alongside worker and friend, you can shape the day accordingly. 1 task done gently. 1 message sent to someone steady. 1 pause to sit by your remembrance corner. At night, thank the cards and return them to the deck. This is not a game of pretending. It is a ritual that teaches your mind that identities can rotate without betrayal. Identity also hides in should. I should be further along. I should be stronger. I should stop crying by now. Should is a heavy badge pinned to your chest by a committee that never meets you. Try translating should to wish or value and pair it with a small action. I value stability, so I will pay 1 bill today. I wish for ease, so I will lie down for 10 minutes with my hand on my belly. I value love, so I will place a note in the pocket of a donated coat. Values are softer cloth. They drape rather than scratch. A story to hold gently. In one telling, a monkey reaches into a jar to grab a fistful of sweet seeds. The opening of the jar is wide enough for an open hand but too narrow for a fist. The monkey is trapped not by the jar but by gripping. Identity can be like that jar, a handful of seeds called how I used to be, who I was with them, what others expect. The fist makes us stuck. When you uncurl the hand, you can't hold all the seeds, but you get your freedom back. Letting go with love is the hand opening. You may carry a few seeds in your palm, a ritual, a phrase, a photo, but your arm is yours again. Sometimes we stay in a costume because we think it's the only way to honor love. But consider this. When you add kindness to your self-story, you honor what you lost by keeping the human warm it loved. Becoming gentle is not a betrayal of the past. It is a gift to the relationship that continues in quieter forms. If your new name is someone who sleeps a little, the one you miss would likely approve. If your new name is someone who asks for help, the love you shared is not diluted. It is distributed into the hands that hold you now. Micro-practice for social spaces. When someone asks, "How are you?" and your old performance wants to answer, "Fine," try a weather phrase instead. Today is heavy morning, lighter afternoon. Or, low clouds, but I'm carrying a small lantern. The weather answer keeps identity soft. You are not the storm. You are a person under a sky that changes. It invites appropriate care without making you rehearse an essay titled, "Who I Am Now." Let's address spiritual perfectionism, a sneaky identity that wears the face of practice. It whispers, a good practitioner would be calm by now. A good Buddhist wouldn't feel this angry. A wise person wouldn't need this much support. That identity is just another tight jacket. You can meet it with humor. Say, "Thank you, enlightened committee chair, for your input. Today I will be a mammal who drinks water and texts a friend. Then drink the water and send the text." Wisdom is not the absence of mammal needs. Wisdom is meeting those needs without shame. In work life, identity looms large. Maybe you were the reliable one, the fixer, the early riser, the last to leave. Grief asks for new negotiations. Try a script that frees you without burning bridges. I'm recalibrating my capacity. I can take one piece of this now and revisit the rest next week. Or, for this season, I'm focusing on fewer tasks done steadily. When you say such sentences, you are not announcing a permanent new self. You are describing a weather system the team can plan around. Clear seeing helps, and boundaries are a kindness to everyone involved. A parable from the riverbank, borrowed softly from old teachings. Two travelers come to a wide river with no bridge. They build a raft from reeds and rope, cross safely, and reach the other shore. One slings the raft on his back to carry it forever, proud of the tool that saved him. The other thanks the raft and leaves it by the water for whoever comes next. We all build rafts, coping strategies, stories, identities that get us across. A raft can be medicine for one crossing and a burden if carried over land. Tonight you might ask, which raft helped me once that I could set down now? Maybe it's always saying yes. Maybe it's sleeping in clothes. Maybe it's rereading old messages at midnight. You don't have to throw the raft away in disgust. You can bow to it and lay it gently by the river. Bring this into your home. Walk to your coat rack or imagine it. Touch one sleeve. Whisper, "Thank you for who I was." Then touch another and say, "Welcome to who I'm becoming." You can pair this with a real garment if it helps. A soft sweater you choose as your becoming coat, worn on days when the old name shouts. Wear it and perform one small act as your future self. Water a plant, answer a simple email with clear boundaries, step outside and look at the furthest thing you can see. The body learns by doing that. You are not trapped in yesterday's outfit. When identity feels glued, use the body as solvent. Try this 90-second sequence. Sit with your feet flat. On the inhale, lift your shoulders toward your ears. On the exhale, let them drop and whisper, softening. Inhale and gently press your heels into the floor. Exhale and release. Inhale and spread your fingers wide, feeling the stretch across the palm. Exhale and let the hands fall open in your lap. 3 times through. Then choose a single sentence that describes what matters more than any label. I will be kind to this breathing being. Place your hand on your chest as if signing a simple contract. The body remembers the signature. In relationships, identity can trap both sides. A friend may keep treating you as if nothing changed because they need the comfort of your old name. You can help them without performing. Try, "I don't have the same energy, but I still want to be with you. Could we sit quietly on the porch instead of going out?" This updates the contract. It invites a new shared identity for the friendship. Companions in quiet rather than entertainers in motion. The people who love you will adjust. Those who can't may drift. Both outcomes belong to the weather of life. You get to be honest about the temperature. For parenting, identity work is gentle and real. If you used to be the always stable parent and now you are sometimes the tearful one, say so without drama. "I'm sad today." It's not your job to fix it. Being together helps. You model an identity that includes feeling and care without crisis. Children learn that names can hold many rooms. They learn that love doesn't disappear when the weather changes. Attach your practice to the ordinary. A dish to wash becomes a chance to practice the "not me not mine" phrase in a secular way. This thought is visiting. This dish is here. I am a pair of hands and a breath right now. When you turn off a light, let it cue an identity shift. With this click, I hang up the jacket of decisions. I put on the jacket of resting. When you brush your teeth, imagine you are brushing off old labels that stuck to your skin during the day. Spit, rinse, pat your face, and speak a soft blessing. May I be easy company to myself tonight. Let's meet the myth of closure gently. Closure is often framed as a door you lock and walk away from. Many hearts never feel that door click. A kinder image is a window you learn to open and close. Sometimes fresh air is good. Sometimes the room needs warmth. You adjust. Your identity is not fixed at the window. You are the one who learns the handles. If your mind demands, "Who am I without them, without that dream, without that job?" answer with a living sentence instead of a final answer. I am the one who keeps a small candle lit for what I love, and I am the one who makes tea. I am the one who misses, and I am the one who notices birds on the wire. I am the one who rests when needed, and I am the one who tries again tomorrow. Living sentences feel true because they move as you move. You are not a statue in your own life. You are a dancer, even on days when you only sway a little in your chair. A small closing ritual for this part. If it feels right, place your hand over your heart and your other hand on your belly. Breathe in for 4, hold for a soft count of 2, breathe out for 6. After 2 cycles, whisper 3 names you want to emphasize tomorrow, perhaps listener, breather, and kind friend to myself. See their jackets on the rack. Picture yourself choosing them in the morning. Then whisper 3 names you will thank and set down for the night, perhaps fixer, prover, and the one who must know. Imagine hanging them up. If they slip back onto your shoulders at 3 a.m., that's okay. Hang them up again. Practice is repetition, not perfection. Before we rest, listen to the room around you. The small hum of whatever keeps your home alive. The soft friction of fabric when you shift. The steady punctuation of your breath. You are more spacious than any label. You are more durable than any single story. You are allowed to be a human in transition, which is to say a human. May your jackets be soft. May your rack be sturdy. May your names be kind. If sleep is near, let it arrive like a friend who knows the key. If wakefulness stays, lie in the gentle wideness you've made and let the breath continue its quiet work. There's nothing to earn now, only a body to accompany, a mind to reassure, and a tender heart to name with love. You can be new and old at once. You can be many things and still be you. Let that be enough for tonight. Settle in again just as you are. Feel the body's weight held by the faithful surfaces, the bed, the chair, the quiet support of floor and earth. Let breath arrive and leave in its simple rhythm. If the mind is bright or dull, if the heart is heavy or light, nothing disqualifies you from this moment. You are allowed to be exactly the person who showed up. Let one small exhale lengthen, like a ribbon unspooling. Let your shoulders drop toward gravity by the width of a breath. Tonight we lean into integration, the gentle art of letting the teachings become muscle and day, not just ideas in the air. You are not trying to become someone else. You are learning to move through an ordinary life with a softer step, a clearer gaze, a kinder grip. Integration is domestic wisdom. It turns thresholds into reminders, mugs into bells, and chores into small altars where you remember who you want to be. When practice tucks itself inside the ordinary, it survives tired days and tender nights. Begin with a tiny ceremony of arrival, one you can repeat at doorways. It works at the front door, the bathroom door, even the door of your own attention. As you pass through, slow by half a beat. Touch the frame lightly with 2 fingers, or touch your heart if you prefer not to touch the wall. Whisper, "I arrive." Then breathe once like you mean it. The words are not a spell. They are a sign to your nervous system that you have choice in how you enter a room, a task, or a thought. Over time, arriving becomes a habit, and a habit becomes a home. Pairing helps. Pair a micro-practice with something you already do. When the kettle clicks, you place one hand on your belly and let the exhale lengthen. When you sit in the car, you feel the weight of your hands on the steering wheel and soften your jaw before turning the key. When you wash your face, you wash your temples as if you were rinsing away harsh self-talk, and you say a sentence you want to keep. When you tie your laces, you say one word for the day's value. Steady, gentle, honest, and you choose one action that matches it. You are not adding hours. You are adding intention to seconds you already live. Grief has tides. Integration respects the tide by giving it a shore. Create a brief window for memory each day so it doesn't have to erupt and flood every room. Perhaps after lunch or before the sun sets, you sit for 10 minutes with a photo or a letter. You say a real thing like, "I miss the way you laughed at my worst jokes," or, "I miss the plan we were making for autumn." Then you close the window gently. You stand, drink water, open a curtain, and announce out loud that the next hour is for the living task in front of you. When grief knows it will be honored, it knocks less frantically at 3 a.m. Your heart learns the rhythm of visit and rest. Build a corner that signals care. It does not need to be a shrine. A chair by a window, a soft scarf draped over the back, a small object that steadies you. Let this be your pause seat. When the day tips you toward collapse or compulsion, you go there for 3 breaths and 1 honest sentence. Sometimes the sentence is, "I can do one small thing." Sometimes it is, "I need help." Sometimes it is, "I am allowed to rest." A designated place spares your tired brain the work of deciding where to go when storms blow in. The path to the pause becomes as familiar as the path to the sink. Integration lives in kitchens and inboxes and sidewalks. Imagine a morning when the dishes stare like a chorus of shoulds. Before, you might have argued or fled. With practice, you turn the water on warm, not hot. You stand with both feet planted, not locked. You wash one bowl as if your hands were learning gentleness. You breathe while you rinse. You do not perform serenity. You simply stop making war. The bowl shines. You place it down and notice a small, real shift inside. Not dramatic, just livable. The rest of the dishes can follow or wait. You have integrated a value into a minute, and minutes are the fabric of days. In your inbox, try the 2-sentence honesty that respects your energy. When a message asks for more than you have, answer with a clear, kind limit. "I can take the first step this week and revisit next." Or, "My capacity is slim. I can offer a short reply today." You are not failing the world. You are aligning your words with what is true. Integrating kindness into work means your promises don't injure your future self. This honesty keeps the lantern lit for longer roads. Make a ritual you can reach for when a wave blindsides you in public places. Call it the 3 anchors walk. You pause without drama. You feel your feet for 1 breath, the cool air at your nostrils for 1 breath, the weight of your palms for 1 breath. Then you take 10 slow steps, counting them. If you need to, you place a hand on a shelf or a wall as if the building were your friend. This ritual turns panic into sequence. Sequence is kinder than blur. Let's weave in the 3 inner powers: compassion, clear seeing, letting go, so they travel with you as reflexes. Compassion chooses tone. Clear seeing chooses language. Letting go chooses posture. When a hard thought lands, you meet it with a voice that doesn't whip, a sentence that names without doom, and a body that loosens by a fraction. The practice could be a breath long. "I hear you, dear mind. This is grief talking. I don't have to clench." Over months, that breath becomes the hinge on which your day turns. There is a story from a simple tea hut in the mountains. A traveler came, drenched from a storm, shoes muddy, chest full of urgent words about enlightenment. The old tea keeper listened and poured hot water in a bowl. When the bowl was full, he kept pouring. Tea spilled over the rim. The traveler snapped, "Can't you see it's full?" The keeper smiled, "Your bowl too. See, we will empty first." The traveler sat, silent now, watching the steam rise. They sipped. They warmed. The storm quieted. Integration is like this tea. You do not add more teachings to a bowl that's already overflowing with pain and shoulds. You make space. You sip slowly. You let warmth do its quiet work. We can empty by writing a single line each evening. One true thing I carried today. It might be heavy, like I carried the sound of their name in the song at the store. It might be light, like I carried the way sunlight hit the wall at noon. Writing one line does not require eloquence. It requires presence. Over time, the lines become a bridge between days. You can walk back and see how you kept going when it felt impossible. The book of your one-liners becomes evidence that you were here, breath after breath, step after step. Integration asks us to update self-talk in real time. The critic may say, "You wasted the day." The coach you are training can answer, "We did the next kind thing we could see, and we're gonna bed now." The critic says, "You're falling behind at everything." The coach says, "We are focusing on the few that matter." The critic says, "You should be over this." The coach says, "We are living with this, and love is allowed to take time." The coach is not a motivational speaker shouting from a stage. It is a bench presence, low voice, steady hand, honest and kind. Bring friends into the weave, but choose roles that match their gifts. One friend makes you laugh when your jaw has clenched all day. That is medicine. Another listens without fixing. That is medicine. Another brings soup and doesn't stay. That is medicine. Invite them with clarity. Tonight, I need company in silence. This afternoon, I could use a ride to the store and no questions. Thursday, I want to hear a ridiculous story. You are not burdening them. You are giving them a chance to love you in ways that work. Integration includes community arranged with care rather than chaos. For the body, integrate simple rhythms that coax ease without force. Humming is one. It's a child's technology that works on grown nervous systems. Hum a single comfortable note for one long exhale. Feel the vibration in your chest and lips. 3 hums can reset a rattled hour. Sighing is another. Inhale softly. Exhale with a small audible sigh as if fogging a window. Yawning is welcome even if it is pretend at first. The jaw's opening tells your inner guard that watch can be relaxed by a notch. None of these are cures. They are friendly levers you can pull when the day's weight leans too hard. At mealtimes, integrate a moment of noticing before the first bite. Look at the food long enough to name one color and one scent. Whisper, "Thank you," aloud or inside, to the chain of hands and earth that made the meal possible. If appetite is thin, you can still place something gentle on your tongue and let your mouth remember the act of receiving. If appetite is loud, you can slow the first 3 bites. Both are versions of care. Food becomes a bridge back to belonging in your own body. For sleep, begin building a repeatable dusk. An hour before you want to try sleeping, choose one light to dim. Let the rest stay as they are so the body senses a gradient, not a cliff. Place a glass of water within reach and a soft book with pages that do not demand your full mind. Create a phrase that tells the nervous system the shift is coming. We're folding the day. You can say it while you smooth the sheets or while you lay out what you'll need in the morning so tomorrow's you meets a kind room. When you lie down, place a hand palm down on the mattress as if the earth were holding your hand back. Whisper, "You've got me." I release a little. Only a little is required. Working life can support integration if you let values steer your calendar. Choose a headline for the week, stability, presence, or kindness, and let it shape decisions. Stability says yes to what keeps the roof and food secure and simplifies the rest. Presence prunes obligations so you can sit with your own heart and with the people who hold you. Kindness balances effort and rest so the lantern does not burn out. You can repeat the headline at the start of each day. Today I will act in service of presence. Then pick the actions that match, even if that means a smaller to-do list with more honesty in it. Digital life benefits from gentle architecture. You already made windows for memory. Now make a meadow for rest. A meadow is an hour without inboxes or feeds. scheduled like an appointment and protected with the same seriousness you'd give a doctor's visit. In the meadow, you can stare out a window, stretch on the floor, doodle, or doze. Your phone is turned to silent and placed far enough away that your arm has to ask your legs for help. You will not become irrelevant in an hour. You will become more human. A human can meet the next hour better. If you share a home, integrate signals that tell others your capacity without debate. A scarf over your shoulder might mean I'm quiet but happy to sit together. A sweater hood up might mean I'm inside my shell. Please wave and let me be. A candle lit on the table might mean I'm remembering. Join me if you want to sit, not talk. These small flags can spare everyone the friction of guessing. They turn love into choreography instead of collision. There is a soft craft that brings hands into the weave. Mending a small tear on a sleeve, a bag, a blanket, while you breathe and think of nothing but needle, fabric, thread. You are not fixing the past. You are practicing the gesture of care in a place where it will hold. The patch is visible. It is allowed to be beautiful. You are teaching your nervous system that repair is possible here and now, in small, honest ways. You may never repair the big thing because some things are not reparable in the old sense. But your hands can still be hands that mend. When the critic insists you are regressing because the wave returned, integrate the long view, tide, not line. The measure of practice is not the absence of weather. It is the speed and kindness with which you notice and respond. Today you noticed the wave and sat for 10 breaths. That matters. Today you set the phone face down after the second scroll instead of the seventh. That matters. Today you said no once where you would have said yes. That matters. These are stitches. Stitches form fabric. Fabric becomes clothes that keep you warm. Let a short walk become a tiny pilgrimage. Choose a route you can repeat, a block, a hallway, the length of your home. Walk slowly enough to feel the heel and then the ball of each foot. On one lap, you dedicate the steps to the one you miss. On the next, you dedicate them to the one you are carrying now. On the third, you dedicate them to someone you haven't met yet who will benefit from your practice without knowing why. You do not need to believe in anything beyond this breath to let meaning move through your steps. The body understands dedication wordlessly. On days when not knowing swells, integrate a practice of asking for reflection. Text a steady friend a single line. Mirror me? When they have time, they can reply with 3 true observations they have about you that are bigger than your current identity. You are gentle with animals. You keep promises slowly. You notice beauty even when tired. Keep these mirrors in a small folder. Read them when the hall of mirrors in your mind shows only the distorted ones. There is a homeward phrase for moments when you can't find the right practice and the day feels like sand slipping between your fingers. You can say, I will do the next honest kindness I can see. The next honest kindness might be drinking water, washing your face, sitting on the floor for a minute, opening the window, closing the window, texting a heart, feeding the cat, putting tomorrow's mug on the counter. The mind may protest that these are too small. Let it protest while you choose one. Small keeps the light on. Parenting or caring while grieving can integrate gentleness through predictable bookends. In the morning, a shared breath at the doorway before anyone leaves the house. At night, a shared sentence in bed or by the couch. Today I liked when you. Let it be tiny and specific. You are not performing cheerful. You are planting continuity. Children and elders do not need perfect weather. They need steady hands and truth told softly. If faith or philosophy has been part of your life, integrate without force. You can sit for a minute and hold a word you love, like peace, mercy, stillness, refuge. You can say it once on the inhale and once on the exhale. You can let silence complete the prayer. You do not have to believe in a grand plan to rest in a small word. The word can be a stone in your pocket you reach for when the wind rises. As night comes, gather the fragments of this day with a simple closing. Sit on the edge of the bed. Place both feet on the floor. Speak 3 sentences, plain and brief. What I honored, what I set down, what I carry into sleep. For example, I honored my energy by saying no to an extra errand. I set down the argument with yesterday. I carry the feeling of warm water on my hands. Lay back and let the bed take your weight. Feel the way it doesn't ask questions. You are not required to solve anything while horizontal. You are required only to breathe. Before we pause, bring both hands to your heart center, stacked or crossed, whichever feels kind. Let a breath widen your ribs to the sides. Let the next breath leave like a tide easing off the shore. Whisper, "Thank you, body, for carrying me." Whisper, "Thank you, mind, for trying to keep me safe." We will use you for naming and not for punishing. Whisper, "Thank you, love, for not leaving, even when its forms change." These thanks are not a performance for the sky. They are a way of aligning the parts within you before sleep. If sleep arrives, let it. If wakefulness stays, lie in the gentle architecture you have begun to build. Arrivals at doorways, windows for memory, a pause seat, a meadow in your week, flags in your home, the coach's voice beside the critic, the tea that leaves room in the bowl. These are not glamorous changes. They are durable. The ground does not boast, it simply holds. You are making ground. You can rest on the earth of your own practice. Let the room grow a little softer to your eyes. Let the jaw slacken by a whisper. Let the breath carry you further than your thoughts can. You are integrating not by force, but by many small agreements with what helps. In time, the day will feel less like a war and more like a field you walk, sometimes in sun, sometimes in rain, always with a lantern you know how to light. Until then, the smallest kindnesses count most. The night understands. It will keep your secrets and your progress without a ledger. Close your eyes if you wish. Return to the ribbon of breath. Feel the honor of being alive even when it aches. Settle just a little more. Feel the slow gravity that welcomes you back into your body, like a familiar chair you don't have to earn. Let an easy inhale arrive, and let the exhale be a thread that grows longer by a breath's width. If there's chatter in your mind, imagine placing a warm cup beside it and saying, "You can talk while I breathe." The room meets you as you are.
No audition.
No test. Tonight we practice the gentlest kind of craftsmanship, language as shelter. Words are not everything, but they are the framing of the house you live in. Harsh framing makes every wind sound like a threat. Kind framing doesn't deny weather. It gives weather somewhere steady to knock. We'll tune how you speak to yourself and how you speak to others, so your sentences carry compassion, clear seeing, and the quiet strength of letting go. This is not performance. It is care in syllables. Begin with the smallest tool, swapping labels for visitations. Instead of "I am broken," there is brokenness visiting. Instead of "I am anxious," anxiety is here. Instead of "I am a failure," regret is here. When you shift from "I am" to "there is," you don't erase what hurts. You loosen the chain around your neck. The body hears the difference. You become a person with a guest instead of a house that has been condemned. Try it softly now. Whisper one sentence with "there is." Watch how your shoulders respond, not a miracle, a degree. Add a second tool, replacing verdicts with weather. The mind loves courtrooms. The heart heals better under skies. Instead of "I ruined everything," try "heavy rain this afternoon." Instead of "I will never feel joy again," try "low clouds tonight." Weather allows movement. Courts deliver sentences. You're not tricking yourself. You're telling the truth in a way that keeps breath available. Now pair truth with tone. Imagine your inner voice as a neighbor who can knock anytime. You do not get to choose whether they visit, but you do get to choose which neighbor's key you copy. The critic shouts through the door. The coach knocks and waits. Let's copy the coach's key. The coach's 3 rules. Be brief, be kind, be actionable. When the critic says, you wasted the whole day, the coach answers, we did what we could and we'll choose one kind step now. When the critic says, you're weak for crying, the coach says, this is love's heat. Place one hand on the chest and breathe. When the critic says, if you were wise, you'd be over this, the coach says, wisdom is moving at human speed. Drink water and dim one light. Short, kind, doable. The body trusts that. Try a 90-second practice called bench talk. Sit as if you're sharing a park bench with yourself. First, one honest sentence about what hurts. I miss you. I'm scared I can't do this. I feel like a stranger in my own house. Second, one sentence that names your capacity. I can breathe. I can text a friend a heart. I can wash one bowl. Third, one sentence that protects your energy. I will do it gently. I will not decide big things at night. I will let tears come without adding a story. 3 sentences, bench length. If you want, actually sit on the edge of your bed like a park bench and speak them into the room. Language with others matters too, because grief lives in conversations. At doors, in kitchens, by phones, in checkout lines. Many people mean well and step on your heart with their shoes on. They say, at least, or you should, or time heals in voices that can't feel their own weight. You can't control what arrives. You can shape how you meet it. One option is the gentle redirect. When someone says, at least you still, you can breathe and answer, I'm practicing honesty and gentleness. Listening helps more than fixes right now. When someone says, everything happens for a reason, you can say, I'm not looking for reasons tonight, just company. When someone offers solutions, you can reply, thank you for caring. Could we sit and have quiet tea instead? Short, clear, kind. If a person pushes past your boundary, you can use the 3-part bridge. Appreciate, state, steer. I appreciate you wanting to help. I'm not able to discuss advice. Sitting together quietly would support me most. If they cannot cross that bridge with you, let the conversation end without drama. Not all hands can carry the same weight. That's not your fault. It's weather. There's an old story of a man who hurled insults at the Buddha while the Buddha stood still, listening. When the man ran out of words, the Buddha asked, if someone brings a gift you do not accept, to whom does the gift belong? The man answered, to the giver. The Buddha nodded and walked on. We won't turn that into a slogan. We'll practice the posture. When a hard sentence arrives at your door, you can feel your feet, soften your jaw, and ask inside, do I accept this? If no, let the sentence remain like an unopened package on the porch. You don't have to smash it. You also don't have to bring it to the table. In your own mouth, try the filter that elders handed down because it tends to reduce harm. Is it true? Is it kind? Is it needed now? In grief, your truth may be raw. Kind doesn't mean softening truth into vapor. It means removing the extra arrow. Needed now asks whether the person before you, including your own nervous system, can actually hold the words. If not, you can write the sentence and place it in your water bowl. You can breathe it into a pillow. You can carry it to your pause seat and let the room hear it first. Timing is an act of compassion. Practice a tiny ritual before speaking on the phone or replying to a message. Takes 10 seconds. Place 2 fingertips at your sternum. Inhale and think truth. Exhale and think kindness. Inhale and think brevity. Then answer or dial. Your words arrive wrapped in the tone you've chosen. Over time, this ritual becomes muscle memory, and your conversations carry less friction. Language also shapes how you carry the person or dream you miss. Many hearts feel trapped between holding on and moving on, as if there were only 2 verbs. There is a third verb, carrying with. Let your sentences practice it. I carry you with me when I make the bed gently. I carry you with me when I say no to what drains me because you loved my aliveness. I carry you with me when I watch the sky turn and I let myself be quiet. This shift unhooks you from the rope and ties a ribbon around your wrist instead. The ribbon reminds, it doesn't choke. In the kitchen of your day, language can either burn or warm. You spill something. Before, the sentence was classic. I can't do anything right. Upgrade to, that was clumsy. I'll wipe it slowly. You forget an errand. Old sentence. I'm useless. Upgrade. I missed it. I'll set a reminder while I'm thinking of it. You cry in a meeting. Old sentence. I'm unprofessional. Upgrade. My heart overflowed. I'll take 2 breaths and continue or step out. This isn't spin. It's accuracy without cruelty. Let's bring in a small parable about a lute. Not the one about tuning you've heard, but about what follows. A student learned to tune not too tight, not too loose. Even so, his music sounded thin. The teacher listened, then said, "You are playing the notes. You are not listening to the room." The student began to listen to the echo, the way sound touched wood and air, the way silence received his notes. The music warmed. Language is like that. You can choose kind words, but if you don't listen to the room, your body, the hour, the person before you, the words land cold. Listening makes language living. Try listening to the room of your own body before you speak. Scan quickly jaw, throat, chest, belly. If the throat is tight, start with fewer words. If the belly is tense, add 1 long exhale before you answer. If the chest is hot, acknowledge emotion so it doesn't have to shout. Even a simple, "I'm feeling a lot, let me say this slowly." Your body is your first conversation partner. Meet it with respect. Teach your people a code so they can meet you better. Pick 2 or 3 phrases that tell the truth quickly. Maybe, "I have 10 sentences in me," or "I have quiet only," or "I need distraction, tell me about your day." Then ask what code helps them. Good care is choreography, not guessing. When both of you can name capacity, love wastes less energy bumping into furniture. You are not fragile, you are precise. Let's craft a soft script for moments when you need to ask for help. Many of us learn to carry everything and call it strength. Try this sentence. I have capacity for X and I need support with Y. X could be the small thing you can still do. Answer 1 email, walk the dog, make tea. Y is the piece that pushes you into overwhelm. Groceries, forms, calls. If asking directly makes your throat close, prepare a message template you can use. Hello, today is foggy. Could you bring bread and milk and leave them on the porch? Or, could you sit with me for half an hour while I fold and we don't talk much? People who love you will be relieved to be told what actually helps. Language at bedtime matters because the mind is loud then. Replace interrogation with blessing. Instead of "Why can't I sleep?" try, "May my body find 1 pocket of ease." Instead of "What if tomorrow collapses?" try, "I will meet tomorrow with the breath I have then." Instead of "I should have done more," try, "I did what I could. The rest belongs to morning." Blessings are not spells that force the sky to change. They are postures that let your inner weather soften. Write a handful of blessings and keep them by the bed. Short, true, repeatable. May I be gentle with this heart. May I remember that love remains even when forms change. May I rest inside enoughness for 1 night. Read 1 aloud if wakefulness comes. The sound of your own voice can be a bridge back to ground. We'll also practice repair, because even with the best intentions, language goes sideways. You snap at someone who didn't deserve it, or you withdraw without saying, "I'm at my edge." In the old pattern, shame writes the script. I'm terrible. Avoid and stew. Try a 3-step repair. First, name the weather. I was overwhelmed and my words were sharp. Second, acknowledge impact without self-attack. That probably stung. Third, offer a true next step. I'm sorry, here's what I can do differently next time. Or, I can talk for 10 minutes now if you want. Or, I'm quiet tonight but I care. Can we sit together? Repair is not groveling. It is respect for them, for you, for the relationship as a living thing. Social media can be a language trap. Its economy rewards speed and certainty while your heart needs slowness and nuance. Give yourself a standing permission slip. I do not owe the internet an immediate hot take, especially not from a tender body. If you want to share, try the weather approach. Today I'm remembering, so I'll be quiet here and warm in the room I'm in. If you read something that stings, step away before you answer. Put your phone face down and find a steady object. The lemon test. Feel the cool skin, count 2 breaths. Still works. When your body steadies, you can choose whether the conversation deserves your energy. There is a ritual called the letter with 2 chairs. Put 2 chairs facing each other. Sit in one as you now. Place your hands on your knees. Speak 1 paragraph to the person you miss or the dream that changed. Then switch chairs and, as an act of imagination, answer as they would if they were pure love with your best interests in mind. Do this gently, without performance. No metaphysics required. It's a way to hear your own wisdom in a different register. Write down 1 line from what you hear that feels like medicine. Place it where your eye will catch it tomorrow, on the kettle, the mirror, the inside of your door. Let language keep you company between rooms. When anger visits, and it will, let your words protect rather than scorch. Anger is the bodyguard of hurt. It wants to rush the door. Give it a job that doesn't burn the house. Try, I'm too hot to speak helpfully. I need 20 minutes. Or, I'm gonna move my body and then we can talk. Then actually move. Walk. Shake your hands. Press your feet into the floor and exhale like you're cooling tea. When you return, use the bridge. Appreciate, state, steer. I value us. I need to say what hurt. Can we stay on this one track for 10 minutes? You are not suppressing. You are shaping the riverbanks so the water can flow without flooding everything. Language can carry gratitude without pressure. Gratitude is not, I'm lucky so I shouldn't feel sad. It is, I am sad and the light on the wall is still good. A daily practice. Thank 1 tiny thing aloud. Thank you, cup. Thank you, towel warm from the dryer. Thank you, plant that keeps making green. These thank yous are stitches in a fabric that grief cannot tear through as easily. Not because grief stops pulling, but because the fabric is dense with your noticing. If you care for children or elders, teach and learn these language shifts together. You can say, I am feeling big feelings. They will visit and they will go. You can ask, what is your weather today? You can agree on 1 nightly blessing you say to each other no matter the day's chaos. May we be kind in our sleep. May our bodies rest. May tomorrow find us with a little more room. Ritual words do not solve everything. They tilt the room toward ease. Your future self is listening to how you speak tonight. Leave them a message that makes their morning easier. A note by the kettle. Good morning, dear one. Tea first. A note on the mirror. Be as gentle with that face as you would be with a friend. A note on your desk. Do the true small thing, then breathe. This is not corny. It is training your house to talk back kindly when your mind is tired. Before we close this part, let's breathe a sequence that pairs language with the body. Inhale for 4, here I am. Exhale for 6, I speak softly. Inhale for 4, truth is welcome. Exhale for 6, no extra arrows. Inhale for 4, I can choose. Exhale for 6, 1 kind step. Rest for 2 counts in the quiet at the bottom of the breath. Repeat twice. Let the words grow lighter each cycle until they are mostly feeling. If you want, place your palm on the wall or the bed and speak 1 blessing for your home. because homes hold language and return it to us in the night. May this house be a place where honest words do not wound. May this room keep my breath company. May my sentences become softer jackets I can wear without fear. Let your jaw drop a fraction. Let the eyes half close. Let the breath do what breath does when you stop ordering it around. You have tuned your sentences tonight. They will not be perfect tomorrow. They will be kinder. That is enough. In time, language becomes a handrail you can find in the dark, and those you love can find it with you. When hard weather comes, you'll both have somewhere to hold. If sleep arrives, go with it like a boat gliding into a quiet harbor. If wakefulness stays, let your words dim to a hum. May I be gentle. May I tell the plain truth. May I not add the second arrow. These are vows you can keep without struggle because they are kept one sentence at a time. You are allowed to drift. You are allowed to rest. Settle again as if the room were a friend drawing up a chair beside you. Feel the steadiness underneath, the bed, the couch, the floor, doing their quiet job. Let one breath lengthen, and let the next one arrive a little softer than before. If your mind is restless, give it a small task. Listen for the furthest sound in the house, then the nearest sound, then the sound of your own exhale. No striving needed. You're here, and here is enough. Tonight we lean into body wisdom and the quiet art of balance. Not balance as a performance of perfection, but balance like a person standing on a small boat. Knees unlocked, eyes soft, attention spread. When grief visits, we often try to become statues, as if stillness could keep the waves from moving. But statues crack. Living bodies sway. Body wisdom is the practice of listening instead of fixing, responding instead of bracing, and letting the body show you how to carry love without turning it into a fight. Begin with a simple check-in that uses plain language. Ask 3 questions, not ideas but observations. Am I thirsty? Am I hungry for something steady? Am I tired in a way that a pause would help? Answer without debate. If the answers are yes, yes, and yes, choose one to honor first. A sip of water, a small snack that is kind to your body, 2 minutes with your back against a wall and your eyes half closed. These are not small because you are weak. They are small because the nervous system trusts small, repeatable care. This is body wisdom as a daily rhythm. There is a teaching story told in many ways about a cup. An elder held up a simple teacup and said, "To me this cup is already broken, not as a curse, not as doom, but as a way of loving the cup while it is still whole. Knowing that all forms change lets you savor without panic. This is not a demand to be unemotional. It is an invitation to hold what you love with open hands, to let the appreciation be full while the gripping loosens by a degree. Tonight, choose one ordinary thing in reach, a spoon, a book, a plant. Notice it for one breath. Whisper, "Thank you," while you're here. Body wisdom learns from gestures like this, not from lectures. Let us practice listening in a way that feels like kindness and not interrogation. Sit or lie comfortably. Close your eyes if that is safe. Bring attention to your face as if you were smoothing the air over it with warm palms. Notice the tiny muscles around the eyes and let them slacken. Notice the tongue and let it rest on the floor of the mouth. Notice the hinge of the jaw and let it hang by a millimeter. Breathe into the throat as if you were cooling a cup of tea. Then move attention to the chest. Without forcing, let the breath widen the ribs to the sides more than to the front. This sideways breath often makes space around the heart without poking it. Finally, slide attention to the belly and imagine it as a small lake with a gentle ripple on the surface. Your hand can rest there to remind your belly that you are on its side. In a minute, you have told 3 busy rooms that they are safe to be a little less busy. This is listening. Body wisdom shows up in movement that is kind to tired systems. Grief can make your muscles hold a long, unspoken brace. To meet this brace, try a micro-practice of shaking. Stand if you can. Start with your hands. Let them flick gently from the wrists like you are shaking off a little water. Then your forearms, elbows loose. Then your shoulders softly up and down. Let the shake travel through the torso, then into your hips, knees, and feet. 30 seconds is enough. Then stop and feel the after tingle, the way the body says thank you in tiny sparks. If standing isn't right, shake your hands and feet from where you are. Animals in the wild shake after a fright. They complete the wave. Your body remembers this language even if your mind finds it strange. Sometimes the body whispers through discomfort that isn't a medical emergency but is loud enough to color the day. You do not have to fix sensations into compliance. You can ask them what they want you to know. A tight chest might want slowness. A clenched belly might want warmth. Cold hands might want friction or wool. Listening gives you tasks you can complete. Warm a small towel and lay it across your sternum. Fill a hot water bottle and rest it on your abdomen for a few minutes. Rub your palms together and cup them over your face, inhaling the scent of your own skin. These are instructions the body understands without translation. Equanimity is a word we can translate as evenness, but the living version feels like this. You notice the weather inside and you don't hate yourself for it. You don't pretend sun when it's raining. You don't curse the rain as a personal failing. You take a breath, choose a coat, and keep your humanity intact. There is an old story from a countryside about a farmer whose horse ran away. Neighbors said, "Bad luck." The farmer said, "Maybe." The horse returned with 2 wild horses. Neighbors said, "Good luck." "Maybe," he replied. His son broke his leg taming a horse. "Bad luck." "Maybe." Then soldiers came to conscript young men. They left the son because of the broken leg. "Good luck." "Maybe." The point is not to replace feeling with maybe. The point is to loosen the immediate verdict. In the loosened space, breath lives. Body wisdom is very fond of breath. We can practice maybe in tiny doses. When the mind declares, "This wave will flood me forever," answer with, "Maybe it will crest and pass like other waves have." When the mind says, "I will never laugh again without guilt," answer with, "Maybe laughter will return as a courtesy first, then as a friend." This does not invalidate your pain. It inserts daylight between prediction and reality. That daylight is enough room to turn your body toward the next kind act. Many people whisper a worry about joy. If I let a good moment in, am I betraying what I lost? Let body wisdom speak here. It knows that love wants you alive, not performing a lifetime sentence to the museum of sorrow. Joy can be small, a warmth on the cup, a line of light on the floor, a friend's message that softens your mouth. When a good moment arrives, notice the reflex to slam the door. Try opening it just enough to say, "You may sit beside me for one breath." Put your hand on the place in your body where the good sensation lives. Maybe the cheeks, maybe the throat, maybe the chest. Let the body register the visit. No one is erased by your softening. The heart grows room for many truths. There is a style of attention called glimmer finding. It is not forced positivity. It is the practice of letting neutral or pleasant sensations be worthy of notice in a nervous system trained to scan for threat. During the day, give yourself a tiny scavenger hunt. Find 3 glimmers: temperature you like, color that pleases, sound that calms. Name them out loud or under your breath. Warm mug, blue bowl, distant wind. If words feel like too much, simply feel the contact for a breath or 2. Glimmer finding is not cheating on grief. It is feeding the part of you that keeps you alive alongside grief. Body wisdom also cares about rhythm. Many of us live in a culture that treats bodies like machines and days like assembly lines. Grief exposes the lie. You are tidal. You have mornings that rise and afternoons that fall. You can build a minimum viable day that respects this. Choose your anchors: wake, water, light, food, movement, company, rest, and give each a small, reliable expression. Wake doesn't have to be a dramatic routine. It can be feet on floor, one sentence of arrival, one glass of water. Light can be curtains open for 10 minutes. Food can be a simple thing you can eat when appetite is shy. Movement can be 5 slow stretches. Company can be a heart sent to a friend. Rest can be 3 minutes in your pause seat before bed. When storms come, the anchors keep the boat from drifting out to sea at night. Let's weave a short sequence that becomes a pocket ritual in hard hours. Sit or stand. Inhale as if you were smelling something warm. Exhale through pursed lips like you're cooling a spoon. Place one hand on your belly and one on your chest. Whisper, "In this body." Breathe again, same way, and whisper, "In this breath." Breathe a third time and whisper, "In this moment." Then open your eyes wider and find one thing far away, one thing near, and your hands resting. This takes less than a minute. It tells your animal body that you are inside it, not only inside the storm of thoughts. When the animal feels met, it shares its strength with you. Body wisdom includes the courage to stop when stopping is the kindest action. Many of us were trained to push. Pushing has its place. It builds bridges and repairs roofs. But when the inner scaffolding is fragile, pushing without pause cracks what you're trying to save. Practice the pause in practical places. Before you send a message, pause and feel the weight of your thumbs. Before you agree to an extra task, pause and place your palm on your chest. If the body tightens, ask, "Can this wait?" Often the world can accommodate your truth more easily than your fear imagines. And when it cannot, you will still have told the truth, and your body will thank you. Consider a modern parable. A person stares at a cracked phone screen. At first, they pinch it between fingers, trying to see only the unbroken shapes. The strain makes their hand ache. Then they buy a simple case and a screen protector. The crack remains, but the hand relaxes. Life with the phone is livable again. In grief, the crack is the crack. Body wisdom doesn't demand an unbroken past. It looks for a case, a ritual, a boundary, a pace, and a protector, kind language, a reliable friend, a pause seat. The device of your life becomes usable not because the crack disappears, but because your grip changes. When shame sits in the body, it heats and hardens the chest. Without promising miracles, we can change the body posture that shame uses as a throne. Try the heart hammock. Lie down or recline. Place a rolled towel lengthwise under your spine from mid-back to just below the neck, making a soft ridge that opens the chest. Bend your knees or place a pillow under them. Rest your arms with palms up if that is comfortable. Breathe gently and let the front of the chest feel held by this hammock of fabric. 2 or 3 minutes may be enough. Sit up slowly, drink a sip of water, and notice if shame's heat cooled or spread out. Posture is not psychology, but it is part of the chorus that sings your experience. There is another rhythm that body wisdom loves: orienting. When animals wake or startle, they look around, slowly, mapping safety with their eyes. You can orient without drama. Turn your head as if watching a slow tennis match, left to right, right to left. Let your eyes land on corners, edges, light sources, doors. Name a few in your mind. Then return to center and feel your weight. This tells your nervous system that you are in a knowable space. It reduces the sense of being trapped in a story you can't escape. Orientation is not denial of pain. It is addition of context. If guilt about rest rises, and it will, remember that rest is not the same as giving up. Rest is refueling. Even monks nap. Even the kindest hearts close their eyes. You can make rest honest by naming its purpose. I am lying down to be able to stand up later. Say it out loud before you close your eyes. The body obeys sentences like this because they make sense at every level. Body wisdom often speaks in cravings that seem unrelated to grief. Salt, water, warmth, touch. Meet them simply if they are safe to meet. A salty soup can steady a light head. A glass of water can soften the ragged edge of a mood. Warmth is medicine. Wrap in a blanket as if you were tucking a child, yourself. Touch can be your own hands. Press your palms together and feel the pressure, or hold your forearms as if wrapping a scarf. These are not substitutes for connection. They are ways to make your body feel less alone while you reach for people. Reach, too, for tiny joys that do not demand performance. You do not need to throw a party for the nervous system to benefit from a song. Put on a piece of music that carries rather than spikes you. Sit by a window and let your eyes rest on something alive. A tree, a plant, a patch of sky, even if you feel numb. Numbness is a sensation. It will pass faster if you stop judging it for existing. You can say, numbness is here, and I will watch the light change for 60 seconds. Then move one part of your body, wiggle toes, roll shoulders, stand and sit once. The body learns that even numbness doesn't erase choice. A small story of repair. A person keeps skipping meals, not out of a plan but out of a fog. At noon, they set a pot of water to boil every day, the way we spoke of earlier. On one of those days, a wave of grief hits as the pot begins to tremble. Instead of walking away, they place both hands on the counter and whisper, "Stay." They drop an egg in the water. For minutes, they run cool water on it, peel it slowly, salt it, eat it standing up with tears in their eyes. Nothing magical, yet the body remembers. Later that day, the edge is less sharp by a fraction. Body wisdom counts fractions. Use your space as an ally. Place the things your body needs in easy reach, the way you would for a beloved houseguest. Water on the bedside table, a soft sweater on the chair, a small basket with gentle snacks, a list taped inside a cabinet door with 3 practices that help you most on hard days. Breathe by the window, walk the hallway, text a heart. When the wave comes, you won't ask a tired mind to reinvent the wheel. You will follow paths you laid when you were steadier. If you care for children or elders while grieving, let body wisdom choreograph your togetherness. Make a morning stretch you can do side by side. Touch the sky, touch the toes, hug yourself, breathe. Name the moves aloud in simple words and let them echo you. In the evening, create a tiny nest. Pillows, a shared blanket, and read 1 paragraph or sit in quiet. The body learns through rhythm. Your rhythms will teach those you love how to be human without pretending strength is the only story. In relationships with adults, the body's yes and no are often clearer than the mind's. Before you make a plan, ask your chest and belly. Does this feel like expansion or contraction? Expansion doesn't always mean easy. Contraction doesn't always mean bad. But if contraction is sharp and panicked, honor it. Choose smaller steps. If expansion is gentle and warm, move toward it. Even if the old story says you haven't earned it. The body is your oldest advisor. It respects honesty more than heroics. Let's close this part with an evening ritual that welcomes sleep and honors your moving, breathing house. Dim 1 light. Sit on the edge of the bed. Place your feet on the floor and your hands over your heart and belly. Breathe in and say, "Thank you, body, for carrying me today." Breathe out and say, "I set down what I cannot hold tonight." Lie down and place 1 palm on the mattress as if you were holding the earth's hand. Whisper, "You've got me." If you wake in the night, repeat the sequence but shorter, hand on chest, 1 breath. I am safe enough for this breath. The ritual is not a spell. It is a doorway you walk through to meet the night as a human, not as a judge. If sleep arrives, let it take you. If wakefulness stays, rest anyway. Rest is not wasted when you're awake. It is a kindness to the animal you live in. Feel the sheets, the weight of the blanket, the temperature of the air on your face. Listen for the slight sound the room makes when it is keeping you. You are building trust with your own body, and trust grows slowly, the way moss grows, quietly, thoroughly, making a softer place for your feet. You are learning the art of swaying instead of shattering. You are apprenticing to a body that knows how to survive storms by listening and adjusting. You are finding a pace that keeps the lantern lit. Your life is not asking you to be heroic tonight. It is asking you to be honest and kind. You can do that. You have done it for the length of this part, breath by breath. Let that be your proof. Settle again, dear friend. Feel the honest weight of your body where it is held. The chair holds. The floor holds. The bed holds. Let your next inhale be as modest as it wants to be, and let your next exhale lengthen by a finger's width of time. If your mind arrives with a bundle of shoulds, picture setting that bundle on the nightstand for now. You can lift one strand when you choose. For this part, let your breath be your only assignment. Tonight we sit with guilt, regret, and the quiet craft of forgiveness. These words can feel like thunder, but here we will handle them like cotton, gently, without tearing. Grief often drags these companions into the room. If only I had noticed sooner. If only I had said the thing, done the thing, stopped the thing. Guilt can be a compass when it points toward repair. Shame is the cement that hardens around your feet and says you are the mistake itself. We are not here to argue with your conscience. We are here to free your feet so you can take the next kind step the conscience is actually asking for. Try a small distinction you can carry in your pocket. Guilt says, something I did or didn't do matters. Shame says, I am unworthy. When you hear a sentence forming inside, run it through the pocket. If it uses the word I as the crime, soften it. Trade the verdict for a fact. Not I am terrible, but I missed a sign. Not I am unforgivable, but I wish I had stayed longer. Speak the sentence out loud if you can. The mouth teaches the mind. Then add the small question that turns cement back into earth. What repair is possible now at this human hour with this human body? Not a grand repair, a step. Let's make the body a safe table for this talk. Place one hand on your heart and one on your belly. Inhale and whisper, it mattered.
Exhale y care.
Inhale, I'm learning. Exhale, I will act gently. Do this 3 times. If tears move, let them move as water meant for thirsty ground. If nothing moves, that is also true. The point is not performance. The point is posture. You are sitting as a person who can acknowledge, care, learn, and act, not as a statue condemned in a plaza of regrets. There is a story in the old texts called the poisoned arrow. A man is struck and, before allowing anyone to pull the arrow, he demands to know everything about it. Who shot it, from which village, with which wood, which feathers, for what reason. By the time the answers could be found, he would be gone. The teaching is tender. Remove the arrow first. In our hour, removing the arrow looks like giving your body steadiness before cross-examining your life. Drink water. Sit on the floor with your back against the couch. Breathe until your hands feel like your hands again. Then look at the facts you can touch. What is the smallest repair that can happen today? What is the unnecessary punishment you can set down? The why can be a long river. The arrow is a now. Sometimes the arrow you remove is the habit of rehearsing harm until your nervous system forgets any other song. You can honor loss and still refuse to marinate in self-assault. When the loop begins, you might try a 2-step. Name and kneel. Name the loop plainly, regret rerun. Then kneel in the temple of the ordinary. Stand and fill a glass. Step outside and feel the air on your face. Pet the animal. Place both hands on the counter and breathe. You are not escaping. You are building enough steadiness to tell the truth without drowning in it. Forgiveness in this practice is not a magic eraser. It is the decision to stop adding fresh harm to what already hurts. There are 3 directions people often ask about: forgiving yourself, forgiving another, forgiving life. There is no required order. Your heart will choose. You do not have to force what is not ready. You can start where the door opens a crack. If it is self-forgiveness that scares you most, put it last. If another's face fills your chest with heat, begin with life itself. Life is weather changed, and I will loosen my fist around the sky by one breath. Forgiveness is more process than proclamation. It happens the way a room warms, by degrees, often quietly. Try a small self-forgiveness ritual you can repeat without fanfare. Sit at the edge of your bed or the kitchen table. Write one sentence to yourself that contains 3 parts: acknowledgement, care, next step. For example, I missed the call. I care about the person I am. Tomorrow I will set a louder tone and send a gentle note. Or, I stayed when I should have gone. I honor the parts of me that were afraid. Tonight I will practice a boundary sentence in the mirror. Fold the sentence and place it under your cup, under your pillow, anywhere ordinary. This moves forgiveness from abstraction into muscle. When another person is involved, you cannot control their weather. Forgiveness then becomes an interior craft. Removing the hooks from your own skin. If apology is possible and safe, practice the repair we shaped earlier, whether impact, next step, without flooding either of you. If direct contact is not possible or not wise, try a balcony apology. Sit with an empty chair across from you. Speak the apology as if the person sits breathing there. Keep it brief. Then speak the boundary that protects your present life. End with one sentence of gratitude for anything that was good. It is the gratitude that often untangles the rope from your throat. There is an old image from the suttas called the acrobat and his apprentice. The master says, we will both remain safe if each keeps their own balance. If I hold you, we both fall. If you hold me, we both fall. Keep your own balance and you support mine. In forgiveness work, this is vital. Your balance is your responsibility. Their balance is theirs. You can offer a steady platform by telling the truth and refusing to strike. You cannot keep them from wobbling. You cannot make them hold your weight. Your offering is your own steadiness. Regret loves to turn into penance. The mind proposes punishments that look like virtue but are really delay. You do not have to pay for peace with suffering. If you feel the urge to punish yourself, sleep less, refuse small joys, overwork until your breath is a thread. Ask, does this action repair anything? If not, set it down. Choose a repair that touches reality. Pay the bill you avoided. Call the person you owed words to. Place flowers on a grave or a windowsill. Learn the skill you were missing. Send money where it can help. Make soup. Small, real, repeatable. Penance turns you inward. Repair returns you to the world. I want to speak frankly to the ache called if only. It is the mind's attempt at a time machine. It circles the moment before the loss and searches for a lever large enough to move the past. You will not stop this visitor entirely. You can teach it to become a guide. When if only arrives, bow once and translate it into a value and an action in the present. If only I had said I love you becomes I value statement of love. I will say a clear I love you to someone today. If only I had insisted on the doctor becomes I value proactive care. I will make the appointment I've been avoiding or help someone else make theirs. If only I had left sooner becomes I value safety. I will practice the boundary sentence I need for my next conversation. In this way, Counterfactuals become commitments. Anger may rise here. Anger at yourself, at others, at the shape of life. Anger is not an enemy. It is a bodyguard that stands too close. Give it a task that protects without burning the house. Write an anger letter that you will not send. Handwrite until the heat lowers. Then read the letter as if it were written by a hurting child and circle any request inside it. I wanted you to show up. I wanted to be chosen. I wanted safety. Translate that request into one small action that honors the need now. Even if the original person is gone, the need can be acknowledged by another chain of kindness. Your own hands, your chosen family, your community. In family systems, forgiveness often gets tangled with fairness. Your nervous system keeps a ledger. It does the math, and the math demands repayment. But the ledger rarely balances cleanly in human lives. Sometimes someone cannot repay because they do not have the currency of insight or courage. Sometimes life cannot repay because weather does not answer to our sense of what is due. When you reach the page in the ledger where numbers stop helping, you can turn it into a journal of values. I will not continue harm. I will live as someone who learned. I will be generous where I was starved, but not at the cost of my breath. This is not surrender. It is dignity. There is a practical script for apology you can keep on your tongue. You can adapt it to your language, your culture. Speak it softly. I'm sorry for what I did. I see that it hurt you. Here is what I am doing differently now. Then stop. Let the silence stand. Do not harvest. Do not force them to absolve you so you can breathe. Your breathing must be built on your choice to change, not their permission slip. If they offer forgiveness, receive it with humility. If they don't, carry on with your chosen repair. Living differently is the truest apology. When you need forgiveness from yourself and you cannot feel it, borrow the eyes of someone who loves you. If that person is not available, borrow the eyes of the one you lost and ask, if they were pure love with my best interest in mind, what would they wish for me tonight? Not a fantasy voice, but the strand of love you experienced at their best. Often the answer is not a complicated philosophy. It is sleep. It is a meal. It is a walk. It is a boundary. It is the sentence that says, please talk to me gently. Let the imagined blessing become one real act. If you are a caregiver who made decisions under pressure, your ledger is heavy. Medicine, schedules, finances, emotions, so many arrows in the air. Remember the poisoned arrow here. Sit first. Breathe first. Name the conditions you were in without excuses. Only context. Tired, afraid, rushed, misinformed. Then ask a professional or a trusted elder for reflection if that would help your mind lay down its whip. A second brain can sometimes remove an arrow we keep missing with our own hands. But choose your listener well. Some people sharpen the whip. You need the kind surgeon, not the critic with a dull blade. If you are grieving a relationship that ended badly, forgiveness can feel like betrayal of your hurt. You can separate the strands. You can forgive the person for being a human with limits and also refuse to return to harm. You can forgive yourself for what you tolerated and also commit to stricter boundaries. One helpful ritual is the two-basket sort. On one paper, write what you thank that relationship for: lessons, moments of real care, parts of you it awakened. On another, write what you release: patterns you will not repeat, rooms you will not re-enter. Place the thank you in a box you keep. Place the release in your water bowl and watch the ink soften. No fire, no drama. Water carries. Let's make an embodied forgiveness practice you can do while walking. Choose a short route: hallway, backyard, block. On the first pass, dedicate the steps to the one you wish to forgive. You do not have to name them aloud. On the second pass, dedicate the steps to the part of you that tried and failed and tried again. On the third pass, Dedicate the steps to those unknown to you who are also carrying regret tonight. Feel the shared hum of human feet. When you're done, stand still and place your palm on your chest and say softly, "May I move a little freer? May we all move a little freer." Not a spell, a wish with legs. Forgiveness of life is the strangest of the three. Who do you speak to? The sky, the sea, the great empty that is somehow not empty at all. You don't have to know. You can still make the gesture. Stand at a window. Put your forehead to the cool glass. Whisper, "I wanted a different weather, and I will stop arguing with the sky for this breath." Then act on behalf of the life that remains. Water something, feed something, put a piece of trash in its right place. Call someone lonely. Life does not sign a treaty, but in acting kindly in its field, your body feels the world's net tighten a little under you. That matters. A short bedtime ritual for heavy regrets. Call it the bowl of mercy. Place a bowl where you can reach it. Before sleep, speak one sentence of regret into the bowl, just loud enough that your ears hear your mouth. Then add one sentence of mercy, even if you don't feel it fully. "I wish I had stayed. May I be forgiven. I wish I had known. May I be gentle with the one who didn't. I wish I had said it. May tomorrow bring a chance to speak well." Cup your hand over the bowl for a breath, as if your palm were the roof of a small house. Then set it down and turn off the light. You are teaching your nervous system that the night can hold what the day cannot finish. Workplaces and forgiveness have their own dance. You missed a deadline in the storm. Name it simply and offer a plan that does not crush you. "I missed this. Here is what I can do now. I'll send the first piece by 2 and the second tomorrow morning." If your inner critic demands a self-flaying paragraph, resist. A clean apology and a credible plan are enough. For the apology you owe yourself, add one sentence after you hit send. "I am learning to be a person at work while I am a person in grief." You are not a machine. Machines do not love. Machines do not break in the beautiful way love breaks us open. Parenting and forgiveness require special tenderness. You will raise your voice. You will cancel a plan. You will have days when your eyes are a weather report the child can read. Repair early and simply. "I was too sharp. That doesn't belong to you. I'm going to try again." Then ask for their help with a small job so they know love is not a glass figurine that shatters. It is a net that gets repaired in the same room where the tangles happen. If you need to forgive a child for being a child while you are a hurting adult, do that in your private ritual, not on their shoulders. Children deserve the mercy of grown-up processes happening in grown-up rooms. There is one more story worth carrying tonight. A notorious bandit named Angulimala is said to have met the Buddha on the road. He was feared. His hands were stained. He chased the Buddha and shouted, "Stop!" The Buddha, walking calmly, said, "I have stopped." "You stop." Something in the bandit heard a mirror. He asked what that meant, and the talk that followed emptied him of the life he was living. He put down his weapon. People in the town were furious. Some never forgave him. The story doesn't insist they should. It insists that a person can stop adding harm and begin carrying water instead. Not all harms can be undone. Many can be ended. Forgiveness, when it is ripe, is often the moment you stop and say, "I will stop the chain here." If your mind protests, "But I don't deserve softness," answer as a caretaker would. Deserve is not the door. Need is the door. A tired body needs rest to act well tomorrow. A tightened throat needs breath to speak a true sentence. A heart braided with regret needs a human hand. Your own will do, to rest on it while it keeps beating. You can be stern with yourself without being cruel. You can be exacting about repair without withholding the water you need to live. Close this part with a sequence for sleep. Sit up if you're lying down. Let your feet find the floor for a moment. Hands on your chest and belly. Inhale to the count of 4. Exhale to 6. Whisper, I remove 1 arrow tonight. Choose which, the loop, the punishment, the performance. Breathe again. Whisper, I keep 1 vow tonight. Choose which, to speak gently, to rest when rest arrives, to tell 1 true sentence tomorrow. Breathe again. Whisper, I carry 1 blessing into sleep. Choose which, the warmth of a cup, the look a friend gave you, the way light fell on the wall. Lie back and let the bed receive everything you cannot hold. If the mind returns with its courtroom, picture closing the door softly and tap 3 times on the table of your ribcage. Here, here, here. The body understands. If sleep comes, let it be the kindness that turns down the house lights. If wakefulness stays, rest in this posture of mercy. You are not done becoming. You are not the worst thing that happened or didn't happen. You are a breathing being in the middle of a long conversation with love and loss. Forgiveness is not a trick or a test. It is a way of setting your hands free so you can carry what you cherish without breaking yourself. The night is long enough to hold all this. So are you. Settle here with me again. Feel the quiet contract between your body and the surface beneath it. The chair holds. The bed holds. The floor holds. Let 1 breath arrive like someone you trust walking through the door without knocking. Let the next breath leave like a lantern dimming a notch for the night. If your mind is restless, that is just weather. If your chest is tender, that is just weather. We will sit together inside it and weave something useful for tomorrow. Tonight we turn toward meaning, but not the heavy kind that demands grand answers. We will work with the soft, livable kind, meaning you can carry in your pocket, meaning you can pour like warm water into the smaller cups of your day. Many people try to rebuild their lives after loss by chasing a big purpose, as if a single headline could fix the ache. But purpose under pressure becomes another rope. What we practice here is gentler. Values that move through your hands, small vows that match your breath, a steady kindness that turns toward the world without breaking your spine. Begin with a simple check that takes less than a minute. Place 1 hand on your chest and 1 on your belly. Ask, what matters to me in a human-sized way today? Do not let the mind write a thesis. Listen for 1 small word that rises like a buoy. Steady, honest, loving, present, useful, warm. That word is your value for the next small stretch of time. Pair it with a single action within reach. If the word is steady, the action might be making the bed slowly. If the word is honest, the action might be 1 clear sentence in an email. If the word is loving, the action might be a message that says, I'm thinking of you. Values are a compass. Actions are the step. We only need 1 step to begin. There is a story near the beginning of the Buddhist path. After years of punishing himself in the desert of extremes, he was weak, barely a thread. A village girl named Sujata brought a bowl of warm milk rice. He accepted. He let nourishment become wisdom. He realized the middle way, neither self-harm nor self-indulgence, was the road that could be walked by human feet. Meaning often starts here, with the humility to receive what keeps you alive and the honesty to refuse what makes you brittle. If you are looking for next steps, check first. Am I nourished enough to choose? If not, take Sujata's gift in whatever form it appears: water, food, rest, company, and let that be your meaning for the hour. We will craft a practice called 1 square meter of care. Find a small area in your life you can tend without overwhelm. A corner of a room, a section of your inbox, 1 relationship, the 10 minutes after lunch. Choose a value that will guide that meter. Gentleness, clarity, steadiness, generosity. Then act inside the meter each day. Wipe the little table. Answer only the emails that ask for yes or no. Send 1 small message. Step outside and stand in sunlight for a minute. In a week, your meter changes. In a month, your nervous system trusts you. Meaning becomes muscle, not a slogan on a wall. Grief sometimes tells a dangerous story. Nothing I do is enough to matter. Meaning replies in the voice of small acts that add up. Dana, generosity, but without ceremony. Put 2 cans in the food donation box and breathe once with your hand on the metal, feeling cool kindness. Hold the door for a stranger without needing their smile. Write a thank you card to the body part that worked today: feet, hands, lungs. These are not distractions from your sorrow. They are ways to let love flow sideways when forward is blocked. Water that cannot leap the rock finds another path and still reaches the field. Parable from a garden. A monk swept leaves from a path every morning. Each time the wind scattered more. A visitor teased, "Why sweep when the wind will undo it?" The monk smiled, "The sweeping is for my heart." Meaning is often like that. The world may blow leaves back across your efforts. Sweep anyway, not to conquer the wind, but to keep your inner path walkable. The broom can be an email you send kindly, a sink you wash slowly, a book you read to a child who doesn't know the word grief but knows the feeling. You are not doing these to prove worth. You are keeping your inner paths clear. Try a 2-minute meaning check that fits in the cracks of a day. Step 1. Place one hand flat on a steady surface. The counter, a desk, the top of a bookshelf, and take a slow breath. Step 2. Whisper your value word for this hour. Step 3. Name one action that takes less than 5 minutes to express it. Step 4. Do it. Then pause again for one breath. It's a loop. Touch ground, name value, pick micro-action, act, breathe. In the middle of storms, loops save lives. Meaning also lives in company. In Buddhist language, there is refuge in the community, the Sangha. In secular language, there is refuge in wise company. Not perfect company. Wise in the sense of willing to tell the truth kindly, willing to sit without fixing, willing to let you be human without performance. You can build wise company without making an announcement. Make a small list of 2 or 3 people whose presence steadies you. Decide how to use them with care. One friend for quiet tea. One friend for ridiculous stories. One elder for straight talk. You don't have to be everything to everyone. You don't have to ask everything from one person. Meaning multiplies when it is shared in roles that fit. If loneliness is a daily weather, we can shape a ritual called the threshold wave. Each day, wave, literally, to one person you wouldn't normally greet. The neighbor at their mailbox, the barista, the dog walker, the person at the bus stop, the person in your mirror. The point is not to collect conversations. The point is to keep the bridge open between your island and the mainland. A wave is a small light blinking. I'm here. Are you here too? Over time, lights answer back. There is a quiet craft of carrying with that lets love keep moving into the world. Choose one thing your person or your before life cared about. A plant, a cause, a song, a kindness. Let it continue through your hands in a way you can sustain. Water the plant. Donate a little when you can to the cause. Play the song on Sunday mornings. Offer the kindness they were known for. Mending, meals, rides, notes. Each gesture says, love still acts. Not to prove loyalty. To let goodness keep circulating. When meaning is hunted too hard, rumination puts on a lab coat and starts dissecting your life on the table. We need a gentler lab. Try the pencil map. On a piece of paper, draw a small circle. In it, write today's value word. Around it, draw 3 short spokes. At the end of each spoke, write one micro-action you actually did or will do. Drank water slowly, folded a shirt with care, sent a heart. That's it.
No arte, no julgamento.
The mind sees lines between value and action and relaxes by a degree. You are not floating. you are connected. You can also plant a lantern project, a longer thread you touch lightly without pressure. A lantern project is something that glows when you meet it, not something that scolds you when you miss a day. Could be scanning old photos and writing one line of memory on the back. Could be learning the names of the trees on your block. Could be recording one recipe in a notebook labeled for cold evenings. Could be assembling a small playlist called Gentle Courage. Visit the lantern twice a week for 15 minutes. If you skip a week, there is no penalty. Lanterns are for lighting, not for shaming. Modern life makes comparison easy and meaning noisy. A friend posts the charity run, the perfect shrine, the polished gratitude. Your nervous system translates it to "I'm failing at healing." When that wave hits, use the 3 truths. First truth: I don't see the whole of anyone's life through a window. Second truth: my healing does not need to look like theirs to be real. Third truth: I can do one tiny act in my world right now. Then do it. The antidote to comparison is contact with your own values through your own hands. Anniversaries amplify the question of meaning. The mind wants a perfect ritual that fits the ache exactly. Perfection freezes the hands. Instead, choose the 3-beat pattern: honor, act, rest. Honor can be 10 minutes at your remembrance corner with one specific thank you. Act can be a kindness in their name that a stranger will never trace back to you. Rest can be a walk with your phone off or a nap with a blanket that smells like home. If words help, use a sentence that holds all 3. I remember. I give. I let the day hold me. Return to ordinary life without apology. Meaning has seasons. There will be weeks when your lantern feels bright and you have the energy to say yes to a little more. There will be weeks when your meter shrinks to the size of a teacup. Let it. This is not backsliding. It is the honesty that keeps practice sustainable. At the start of each week, name the season without drama. Expanding, steady, conserving, and choose your vow size to match. In expanding weeks, 2 microacts a day. In steady weeks, 1. In conserving weeks, 2 microacts for the whole week. You are not a machine, you're a tide. A story of quiet meaning from an ordinary street. A man in a city put a bird feeder on a 3rd-floor balcony. Every morning he filled it. He didn't post about it. He just watched the finches, the sparrows, a shy cardinal. Years later, after he moved away, a neighbor said, "I miss the birds. We didn't realize you were the reason they came." Meaning often works like that. You may never know where your small consistency helped a life take wing. Still, you fill the feeder because filling it fits your values and steadies your hands. Let's make a gentle vow tonight that you can keep without strain. Whisper, "I will do the next honest kindness I can see." Honest means it actually fits your capacity. Kindness means it warms someone, yourself counts. The next honest kindness might be laying out tomorrow's mug, texting a heart, pouring the water into the bowl of mercy, wiping the corner of a counter, plugging in your phone across the room so sleep has a chance. Vows that match your breath build trust. Trust is the soil where meaning grows. Sometimes meaning is blocked by the fog of why. Why did this happen? Why to me? Why now? These are natural questions. They deserve respect. But when why turns into a knot, we can loosen it with how and what. How can I be gentle with this pain in the next 10 minutes? What would support me enough to do one small act? How can I act in line with my values today? What can I set down so my hands are free for the one task that matters? Move the spotlight from the riddle to the road. Bring your body into this. Sit upright or lie down with a little dignity. Spine long, jaw soft. On an inhale, silently say, "For what matters." On an exhale, silently say, "With what I have." Repeat for 5 or 6 breaths. The first phrase keeps the lantern in sight. The second phrase keeps your step human. Perfection isn't invited. Presence is. If faith or philosophy is part of your life, you can let it tint your vows without becoming a rulebook. A secular blessing can hold great warmth. May my hands be useful. May my words reduce harm. May my breath be a simple home for anyone who needs to sit beside me today, even if that anyone is me. These are vows you can keep in grocery lines and traffic, in meetings and kitchens. They do not require incense or a robe. They require remembering. Meaning is also choosing what you will not do. You can write a gentle no list for this season. No punishing myself at 3 a.m. No scrolling past the horizon of numbness. No agreeing to plans that make my chest lock. No pretending I'm fine when I'm flooding. No letting good moments die at the door because I'm afraid love will be jealous. Post the list where your eye will fall on it. The list is not a whip. It is a fence around your garden until the new growth takes root. If work feels empty, you can place a seed of value inside tasks that look the same from the outside. When you send a report, attach a micro-blessing. May this make someone's day easier. When you answer a question, use your coach voice even if the answer is no. When you close the laptop, place your palm on it for one breath and whisper, "Thank you for what I could do. The rest can belong to tomorrow." You are not living two separate lives, grief and work. You are one person carrying a lantern through both rooms. If caring for others is part of your days, weave them into meaning without losing yourself. Invite them into simple rituals that suit their age and energy. A shared 3-breath pause at a doorway. A daily "today I liked when you" sentence before bed. A small chore done together slowly. This is not theater. Children and elders learn by rhythm. You teach that life can be tender and truthful at once. When anger and sorrow mix and make you feel useless, borrow a task designed for messy hands. Chop vegetables for soup. Sort a drawer. Sweep a floor. Carry water to a plant. Meaning loves clear edges, start, middle, end. Pick tasks that let you finish something you can point to. Done is a small medicine. I want to offer a story from the old texts about a lamp in a dark hall. A traveler entered a monastery at night carrying a tiny lamp. In the main hall, a great lamp already burned. The traveler hesitated, thinking the small light was useless. A monk smiled and said, "In the dark, every lamp adds." The traveler placed the small flame beside the large. The room brightened by a degree. No one clapped. The traveler's hands were warmer. You do not need to be the great lamp. You can be the small one that makes the next step more visible. If the mind insists that meaning must be found once for all, answer with the language of seasons again. For this season, I am someone who keeps a small corner clean, who sends 3 hearts a week, who waters 2 things, who speaks 1 clear sentence a day, who rests when rest arrives. Later seasons may hold different vows. You are not failing by changing. You are adjusting your sail to the wind. Before we begin our wind down, craft 1 tiny dedication for tomorrow. Picture yourself waking, feet on the floor, 1 sentence spoken like a promise to a friend. Perhaps, today I move slowly and tell the truth. Perhaps, today I keep 1 thread of kindness unbroken. Perhaps, today I let good moments land without apology. Whisper it now, as if you could mail it to your morning self. In the morning, say it again. Dedications are like bread left out for a traveler. Now let's let the body take the lead toward rest. If you're seated, slide down or lie back. Place 1 palm on the bed or the couch as if holding the earth's hand. Breathe in through the nose for 4. Breathe out through the mouth for 6 like cooling soup. Feel the tiny relief at the end of the exhale. Let your shoulders melt into that place. If wakefulness stays, count 4 rounds of this breath. On each exhale, set down one small bundle you don't need to hold overnight: the replay, the plan that isn't ready, the performance script, the fear forecast. You can pick up what you need in the morning. The night is a trustworthy locker. If images help, picture a small workshop inside your chest. Tonight you are placing your tools on a cloth: compassion, clear seeing, the soft art of letting go, the broom of daily sweeping, the meter of care, the lantern project, the bowl of mercy, the pocket vows. You close the workshop door gently. The tools will still be there tomorrow. You don't sleep with a hammer in your hand. You sleep with a hand on your own heart. If tears arrive, let them. If no tears arrive, let that be true. You are doing the humble work of meaning, choosing one value at a time, acting in small ways, letting love move in directions that don't tear your hands. This is how human lives reconnect after breaks. Not by marching bands, but by quiet repetitions that teach the nervous system we are safe enough to be kind. Your person, your dream, your before life, they are not erased by your gentleness. They travel through it. They become light you carry, not a rope that burns. Before we pause, whisper 3 soft blessings. May my hands be useful to what matters. May my words reduce harm. May I rest in enoughness for this night. Feel the way your body receives them, not as demands, but as permissions. Settle deeper. The room has learned your breathing by now. It breathes with you. If sleep comes, go with it. If it doesn't, rest anyway. Rest is also a way of loving life. The lantern does not have to blaze while you lie down. A glow is enough. Tomorrow we will continue, folding these threads into more of your day, so your life feels increasingly like a place you can live. For now, let everything be just as it is. You have done enough for one night. Settle once more, friend. Feel the ordinary kindness of gravity. The chair takes you. The bed takes you. The floor takes you. Let your breath arrive like a tide against a calm shore, and let it leave with the same patience. If your mind is busy, give it a simple chore. Listen for the furthest sound, then the nearest sound, then the sound of your own breath. You do not have to be different from who you are to be worthy of rest. You are already allowed. Tonight we walk into the thicket of re-entry, how to live among people and calendars and seasons when your inner weather is different. Grief may have changed your coordinates. Streets that were once easy now bend. Holidays loom like large mirrors. Paperwork waits in piles that seem to whisper your name. You are not the only one who has stood in a doorway with keys in your hand and the feeling that the lock belongs to a former life. We will move gently with practices that are simple enough to repeat, strong enough to hold. You will not be taught to ignore your heart in the name of efficiency. You will be invited to bring your heart along and to plan like a kind gardener plans, not to control the rain but to greet it with a roof and a cup. Begin with a very small map of time that respects your energy. Not a 5-year plan, not even a month. Draw a day in your mind as 3 meadows. Morning, middle, evening. In each meadow, place one flag that matters and can be done. In the morning meadow, perhaps the flag is feet on floor and one honest sentence. In the middle meadow, perhaps it is one task that keeps life moving, a bill, a form, a 10-minute tidy. In the evening meadow, perhaps it is a gentle release before sleep. Hand on the mattress, I set down what I cannot hold tonight. When you pass a meadow's flag, you let the rest be grass. A day with 3 flags is not a failure. It is a day that protects your breath. Paperwork deserves its own gentleness. Forms do not care that your chest is a room of echoes. So we reduce the bigness. Sit with a glass of water and a timer for 12 minutes. 12 is longer than 10 but too humble to terrify. Stack the papers on the left. Pull one to the center. Ask a single question. What is the next tiny action for this paper? It might be look up an address. It might be write today's date. It might be photograph and file. Do that and only that. Put the paper on a second stack on the right. When the timer ends, you stop. Tomorrow you may do 12 more minutes. The stack will change shape. The nervous system will learn that forms can be met like pebbles, not boulders. The world will not end if you pace yourself. If urgency is real, you can ask one steady person to sit with you and be your timer and your witness. Presence is a courage multiplier. Holidays and anniversaries are the bright signposts where love and ache meet in public. Your calendar will not know how to treat you unless you teach it. Decide in advance the size of your participation. You can choose the size by checking your chest and your belly as if they were advisors. If they warm and widen, you can attend a little more. If they tighten and lift, you can attend a little less. You are allowed to make new shapes. You can keep one tradition, shrink another, invent a third. You can light a candle in a quiet room while others gather, and call that your feast. You can join for the first hour and leave when the wave starts to crest, with no long apology. You can tell a friend, I want you to know I may step outside for air. Come find me if you see me. You are not required to be the host of everyone's expectations. You are invited to be the host of your own tenderness. Make a small script for the days when grief and celebration collide. You can say, I'm glad you're happy and I'm carrying something heavy. I'll be in and out. You can say, I want to toast and cry. Both are true. You can say, today I'm more of a watcher. My quiet is love, not distance. These sentences stop your mind from inventing harsher narratives and help others read you without guessing. Most people want to be kind. They need a legend for the map. Home often becomes a museum and a maze after loss. Your eyes snag on certain objects and your feet avoid certain corners. Instead of sweeping changes or rigid avoidance, use the small rotation. Choose one object that carries tenderness and place it where your hand will brush it kindly. A mug on an open shelf, a scarf on a chair, a photograph near a plant. Choose one object that stabs and give it a stage where you can visit it by agreement. A drawer with a soft cloth, a box on a high shelf, a folder named to be opened when you are held. You are not exiling love or forcing denial. You are designing contact that does not flood you. You can revisit the rotation monthly, adding breath where breath is possible. The body can shepherd you through public spaces with simple signals. Before entering a store or a gathering, pause at the threshold. Touch the door frame with 2 fingers or press your palm against your own chest. Breathe once and choose a word that will be your companion. Soft, steady, true, brief. Let the word be a lighthouse for that room. If you feel the swell begin, aim for the lighthouse. Say one sentence that matches it. Soft might say, I need a glass of water and a quiet corner for 3 minutes. Steady might say, I'm going to step outside and return. True might say, I'm here and I'm tender. I may be quiet. Brief might say, I love you. I'll text tomorrow. Then follow the sentence with the smallest action. You are building a bridge between your inner weather and the outer world. Workplaces are their own seasons. Some days you can move through tasks as if your hands remember without asking. Some days the cursor blinks like a metronome for a song you don't know anymore. Reduce the scope without reducing your dignity. Start a note at the top of your day that reads today's 3. Write the smallest definition of done for each. Email Linda a yes or a no. Put the 2 receipts in the folder. Draft the first 3 lines of the report. When you finish one, cross it with a line, not a dagger. If other tasks arrive, add them under a separate heading called Later, truthfully. When your energy is unexpectedly high, choose one later and make it now. When it is low, protect your 3 like they are seedlings. Your colleagues will meet the steadiness more easily than they would meet a disguised collapse. Commuting can be practice. Walking to the bus, sitting in a car, waiting on a train, these are thresholds. Take 10 steps as a walker who blesses. not with fancy words, with simple wishes. May the person on that stoop feel a moment of ease. May the driver at that light be safe. May my own breath be a little longer by the time I arrive. Blessings are not magic. They aim your attention toward the shared human field. Your grief does not isolate you from that field, tunes you to it. The hearts around you are weather too. Nature helps because it has no stake in your performance. If you can reach a tree, visit it as if it were an elder. Put your hand on the bark. Feel the scaffolding of its life under your palm. Say nothing or say, "Please lend me your posture." Stand beside water and let the surface teach you how a body reflects and moves at once. Sit on a patch of earth and see if your spine will listen to the ground's invitation not to hold the whole sky. This is not metaphor hunting. It is co-regulation with creatures that do not argue with what they are. Friends are part of re-entry, and they come in types that can fit different hours. There is the one who brings soup and does not stay. There is the one who sits and does not speak. There is the one who makes you laugh so your ribs remember their other job. There is the one who handles logistics like a river carrying boats. You do not have to pull all love from one well. You do not have to be all wells for your friends. You can say, "Today I need your quiet more than your advice." You can say, "I'm going to cry. Please keep telling your story." You can say, "Can you walk me through this form? I can't hold the pen and the instructions at once." These sentences make friendship a place where grief can breathe without becoming the only topic. Family can be a field of old weather returning. You may find yourself in a room where a younger version of you rises to the surface. Meet that younger you with the same kindness you try to offer children. Put a hand on your own knee under the table and say inside, "I'm here." We will speak simply. Choose one sentence that aligns with your values and your current capacity. "I need to take a break from this conversation. I'm not available to compare grief. I can do the dishes and then I will lie down." If someone insists on a story that harms you, choose absence over explanation. You are not required to stand in a storm to prove your love for the people who built the house. Some days re-entry means daring to enjoy a moment without giving a speech to the ghosts. Joy does not erase love's gravity. Joy is a companion that sits on the same bench, sometimes for a minute, sometimes longer. When joy arrives, watch the reflex to shut the door with the thought, "They are gone. This is wrong." Try opening it 2 inches. Let the warmth land in your chest. Say inside, "I am allowed." You may add a dedication if that helps. "I laugh for both of us." The dedication is not required. The allowance is. When sleep is thin because tomorrow holds a public step, an appointment, a return, a first, the mind becomes a lantern that shines on every possible bad angle. Enlist the body to hold the lamp for you. Place tomorrow on paper in 3 lines. Do this first. Do this next. End with this. Tape it where your eye will catch it in the morning. Then put the paper in another room and tell your chest, "I am not the keeper of all possible outcomes tonight. I am a mammal who sleeps." Place a warm cloth on your sternum for 2 minutes. The cloth's weight is a language older than thought. If your re-entry includes caring for someone while you are carrying yourself, you can shape shifts of tenderness. Write a small schedule that includes caring and being cared for. After breakfast, I will sit beside them. After lunch, I will lie down for 20 minutes with my phone in another room. Before dinner, I will look out a window for 3 minutes while the kettle warms. Post the schedule on the fridge. Let others see that your day has care for both of you. If help is offered, point at the schedule and say, "That box could be yours." People often need to see the shape of a useful handhold. You can draw it. There will be moments when you walk into a room and a song knocks your knees or a scent unthreads you. Practice the 3 anchors without apology. Hands, feet, back. Breathe. If you need to leave, Leave like a person crossing a street. Look both ways, take steps, breathe as you walk. If someone follows with concern that feels like pressure, you can say, I'm adjusting. I'll return if I can. If you do not return, you can send a message later when your breath is longer. You are not failing a test. You are protecting the conditions in which you can keep saying yes to life. Money is part of re-entry. Can feel like a loud machine in a quiet room. You are allowed to simplify. Choose a money hour once a week. Make tea. Sit with the numbers for 30 minutes. No more. Pay one thing. Set one small plan. Send one message. Then stop. Outside that hour, when anxiety says, check again, you can answer, the machine is off until Wednesday. If you need help, ask one practical friend to sit with you for that hour and be your lens while your heart is tender. You do not lose dignity by asking. You gain steadiness by pairing your strengths. Returning to creative work can hurt because your instrument remembers a world that included someone or something that is gone. Begin with 5-minute sessions. Not 5 songs, not 5 pages, not 5 paintings. 5 minutes of touching the instrument, the pen, the brush, the keys. Let the timer beep and stop even if the river is running. Teach your nervous system that contact will be gentle and finite. In a week, add another minute. In a month, you may find that your instrument has become a place where love moves without ripping. Some days you will put your hand on the piano lid and that is the session. The lid counts. Routines for leaving and returning home can help the body trust the path again. Before you go out, stand in your doorway and say 3 simple sentences. I know how to leave. I know how to return. The door remembers me. When you come back, put your hand on the same spot and say, I returned. I am here. Thank you, house. Your house is not magic. It is a container. You are teaching it and your body that the container holds. Your phone can be a lantern or a trap. Before big days, move the icons that swallow you to a far screen. Put the 2 or 3 tools that truly support you on the first screen, a breath app, a notes app with your anchoring sentences, the contact who listens without fixing. Set your background to one line that steadies you. Today I move gently and tell the truth. These tiny architectures shift the path of least resistance back toward care. Transitions between rooms deserve respect. It is not a failure to stand in a hallway and breathe. Hallways are bridges. When you leave your desk to make dinner, pause with your hand on the doorframe and say, new room, new pace. When you step from a conversation into the bathroom, say, I will wash my face and set down expectations for 2 minutes. When you move from outside air to inside warmth, say, I am allowed to thaw. These phrases are not spells. They are instructions to a body that wants to cooperate but needs to be told what is next in words it can trust. Sometimes the most loving re-entry practice is to decide a night belongs to quiet. No events, no calls, no plans packed into the small space where rest could fit. You dim one light early. You make a meal that does not demand knives or timing. You sit in your pause seat and watch the sky shift by degrees. You write one sentence in your book of one-liners. I made a quiet evening and it helped. Your future self will be glad you spent this currency on breath. There is a story about a monk who returned to town after many years in the hills. People asked for teachings. He pointed at the market and the road and the river and said, watch how you walk there. Watch how you speak there. Watch how you pay there. Watch how you bless there. The hills are not required. The monastery can be the grocery aisle, the sidewalk, the office door, the living room. You are already ordained by your breath. Your robe is your attention. Your bowl is your open hand. Before we pause, craft a short rehearsal for tomorrow's re-entry, whatever shape it will take. Close your eyes if that feels safe. Picture the first doorway you will cross. Feel your hand touch the frame. Hear yourself whisper, I arrive. Picture one person you may meet. Hear yourself say one sentence that is true and kind and protects your energy. Picture one small task blinking on your list. See yourself do the first micro step. Picture yourself returning home. Hear your key however it sounds. Feel your shoulders drop when the door clicks. These images are not binding contracts. They are friends walking ahead with lanterns so the room is not dark when you get there. End with the body because the body is the part that comes with you into every room. Place your palm on the mattress or the arm of the chair or the floor. Whisper, "You've got me." Breathe in for 4. Breathe out for 6. Repeat twice. Choose one sentence you will carry in your pocket tomorrow like a smooth stone. Perhaps I am allowed to pace. Perhaps one kind step is still a step. Perhaps I will not add the second arrow. Put the stone in your imaginary pocket. Rest. If sleep arrives, let it take the watch. If wakefulness keeps you company, keep your company kind. You are learning how to visit the world while staying with yourself. That is a noble art. It moves love from memory into motion. It turns rooms back into places you can live. The night understands. It will keep you while you practice. Settle, dear friend. Let the room be exactly as it is. The chair does its quiet work. The bed holds you without asking for improved posture or better thoughts. The floor underneath everything is patient. If there's a lamp on, you can dim it by a notch, not because light is wrong, but because your body recognizes dusk in gradients. Let one breath be small and friendly. Let the next exhale lengthen like a ribbon sliding off a gift you are finally allowed to open. Rest. Night has its own language. It doesn't need clever sentences. It understands warmth on skin, a slower blink, the weight of a blanket that says you can stop now. Our practice tonight is the gentle art of winding down without turning it into another project. We will let compassion choose tone, clear seeing choose language, and letting go choose posture. Those 3 companions know how to tuck you in. Begin with a small invitation to the body. You can do it lying down or sitting with your back supported. Place one palm on your chest and one palm on your belly. Feel which hand moves more with the breath. There's no correct answer, only a conversation. Whisper, "I'm here." On the exhale, whisper with you. 3 rounds, unhurried. The hands don't fix anything. They simply tell your animal body that someone kind has arrived to take the night shift. We'll shape a wind down called 4 lanterns. They're simple signals that tell your nervous system we are turning towards sleep. Lantern 1 is dim. Lower 1 light by a step. If you can't, lower your gaze. Lantern 2 is warm. Add a little warmth. A soft sweater, a shawl, a warm cloth across the sternum for a minute. Lantern 3 is slow. Lengthen the exhale by the width of a thought. Lantern 4 is kind. Choose a single sentence you'll repeat like a lullaby. I'm allowed to rest, or I can stop adding the second arrow, or let the night hold this. Dim, warm, slow, kind. For lanterns lit in any room, any mood. If your mind is an overachiever at night, give it a sandbox instead of a courtroom. Picture a shallow tray of soft sand. With your breath, let thoughts walk across it. You don't push them away. You let the wind blur their footprints. If a thought insists on staying, write it with your fingertip on the air above your blanket. One slow word, and then swipe your hand gently as if smoothing sand. You can promise the mind a morning page. You can even place a notebook on the floor beside the bed, and if a thought is truly a task, you write 3 words without turning on the big light. Call dentist, pay bill, text Anna. The page receives it. Your bed is not a meeting. We will do a head-to-toe softening, not as a command but as a permission slip. Start at the forehead. Imagine smoothing the air over it with warm palms. Let the tiny muscles around your eyes loosen by a millimeter. Let your tongue rest on the floor of your mouth. Let your jaw hang a fraction, a door on an easy hinge. Breathe into the space behind your nose as if cooling a spoon. Let the breath slide to your shoulders. Picture them settling toward the mattress or the chair by the weight of a teacup. Down your arms, elbows, wrists, hands, each finger like a thread laid down. Chest widens sideways, not forward, making room around the heart without poking it. Belly like a small lake after a pebble's ripple. Hips heavy as bookends. Thighs, knees, calves, ankles, feet, each toe quietly present. You are not performing relaxation. You're allowing gravity to do what it loves. When grief visits at night, it often walks in dressed as craving, pushing away, or fog. If longing pulls you toward the device, whisper, "I see you, Mara," and put the phone face down on the floor so your arm has to ask your legs for help. Give longing a window tomorrow, 10 minutes with tea, and let your hand rest on the sheet as if holding the earth's hand back. If aversion tightens because a memory arrives, try the 2% gaze in the dark. Eyes soft behind lids, a single breath looking toward the thing inside you with 2% more gentleness than yesterday. If fog says you must solve a lifetime tonight, answer with 3 sentences, tiny and real. I don't know yet. I am not required to know yet. I will tell one kind truth in the morning. Then let the breath land like a small bird on a branch inside your chest. There is a night story from the old accounts. On the evening of awakening, fear and doubt gathered like storm fronts. The Buddha reached down and touched the earth, not as a magic trick, as a statement. I belong to this ground. Witness for me, he said without words. The ground, being ground, did what ground does, it held. You can borrow that gesture. Lying in bed, place your palm on the mattress or the floor. Feel the steady, indifferent kindness of support. Whisper, "You've got me." Then let your fingers relax as if the earth had interlaced them with its own. Sometimes the mind wants company more than solutions. This is where friendship becomes medicine. The Buddha once told his attendant Ananda that admirable friendship is not half of the holy life. It is the whole of the holy life. Let that line be a soft blanket. If there is a name that steadies you, say it inside like a star's name. If you don't have a person to call tonight, call on the living world. Tree, sky, river, night. Call on the future you who has walked a little further and knows how to sit beside you without fixing. Imagine their hand between your shoulder blades. Feel it as warmth, not pressure. You don't have to produce sleep to be worthy of its visit. You can be kept in the meantime. Try teddy bear breath. Simple. Hug a pillow or a folded blanket to your chest. Inhale through the nose and feel the pillow rise against your ribs. Exhale through pursed lips, longer than the inhale, as if cooling soup. The pressure of the pillow gives your body a signal. Contained, held. After 4 or 5 breaths, lower the bear and feel whether your chest keeps a little of that memory. Night loves small vows. Big vows make adrenaline. Small vows make room. Whisper one for the hours ahead. I will not interrogate myself at 3 a.m. I will visit a steady object if the wave rises. I will count 5 slow breaths and then decide the next move. If you forget, you haven't failed. You're human. You can make the vow again and it will still count. Dreams may bring the faces you miss. When they do, you might wake with a sweet ache or a burning one. Either way, try a wave at the doorway. On the inhale, I remember. On the exhale, I release the fight. If tears arrive, let them be the warm visitor they are. If nothing arrives, let the flatness be respected. You can say, even here I am kind. It's a sentence that fits all rooms. You may notice a reflex to negotiate with sleep like an adversary. Instead, practice courtship. Courtship is steady and light-handed. It turns the heavy questions down to a hum. Build a short choreography you repeat most nights you can. Dim one light, sip a small glass of water, place tomorrow's mug on the counter, sit at the edge of the bed and say 3 honest sentences. What I honored today, what I set down, what I carry into sleep. Then lie back and put your hand on the mattress. The choreography tells your body, we're folding the day. You didn't fail if the dance is messy. You still courted. If you share a space, we've a shared night code that doesn't require long explanations. You can agree that a candle means remembering and quiet company is welcome, that headphones mean you're inside, that a blanket on the couch means you want to be near but not talking. These little flags keep love from bumping into furniture in the dark. When the critic rises while you lie down, recruit the coach. The critic says you wasted the day. The coach says we did a few true things and we're gonna bed now. The critic says you'll never sleep. The coach says we will rest even if wakeful and that helps tomorrow. The critic says this is weak. The coach says this is human and human is allowed here. We can add a breath practice that sleeps under your pillow. It's called 4-2-6 soft count. Inhale for 4, pause for 2 in a relaxed way, exhale for 6. The pause is not a hold. It's a small porch between rooms. Do 4 or 5 rounds. If you feel lightheaded, return to natural breathing. The point is not to force a state. It's to give your body a rhythm that whispers safety. Let's place your worries on a shelf the night can reach. Picture a simple wooden shelf in the next room. One by one, you carry small labeled bundles there. Tomorrow's phone call, the form with box 7B, the conversation you owe, the picture that stabbed. Your mind may argue, I can't leave them unattended. You can answer, I'm not leaving them. I'm letting the night hold them. If it helps, write 3 words for each bundle on a slip of paper and put them in a bowl by the door. The door will remember for you. There is a kitchen parable for late hours. A person burns the first piece of toast and decides the day is lost. They burn the second piece thinking about the first. By the third, they're eating smoke. Night can go like that. You can stop after the first char, toss it. Open a window. Make a new piece slower. Your life is not the toast. It is the person holding the knife allowed to adjust. If you wake at the common hours, 2, 3, 4, don't panic. Those are bridges more than cliffs. Sit up for 3 minutes. Sip water. Look at a steady corner of the room. Whisper, I am awake and safe. Lie back down and let your exhale be longer than your inhale for 5 rounds. Put one hand palm down on the mattress again. The earth has not moved. You can also do the far near practice with your eyes half open. Glance at the furthest shadow you can see. Then feel the nearest sensation, the cloth on your ankle, the pillow under your ear. Far, near, far, near. You are giving your body horizon and ground at once. On nights when anger is the heat source, give it a job that does not scorch the bed. You can say, I'm hot. I will move my body for 3 minutes. Get up. Shake your hands. Press your feet into the floor. Do 10 slow wall push-offs with exhale sighs. Return to bed. If words want out, write 1 paragraph in the dim and end with 1 sentence that protects tomorrow. I will discuss this after breakfast. No midnight treaties. Then tuck back in. Anger likes clarity more than it admits. If loneliness hums, place your attention on the present chorus that requires no translation. The small machines keeping your home alive, the hush between sounds, your own breath. Whisper, I'm in the human field. You can add 1 blessing for someone else awake somewhere. May the nurse on the night shift find a soft moment. May the truck driver feel steady hands. May the new parent get 10 good minutes. Blessings are bridges your heart can walk when your room feels like an island. Sometimes sleep arrives as soon as you stop asking it to audition. You take off the costumes, the label that says I must be healed by dawn, the label that says I must earn the right to lie down, and you put on the simplest nightshirt, breather. Wear breather and do nothing extra. Let the breath be just breath. Let the clock be just numbers. Let the bed be just bed, a story to carry into the dark. A traveler asked a teacher, "What is the way to peace at night?" The teacher said, "Put your head on the pillow as if it were the lap of someone who loves you. Then let your breath count you like a child." The traveler said, "But no one is here." The teacher said, "Your own kindness is allowed to be that someone. Practice. Lay your head down now as if you were giving it to a lap that won't scold you. Let your breath count you, not to pass a test, but to soothe. 1, 2, 3. If you lose count, the counter is bored and wanders off happy. For those moments when you fear joyful dreams will be punished by grief on waking, try adding a small dedication before sleep. May good dreams be welcomed and goodbyes afterward be gentle. Or, if I meet you in sleep, may we smile. You are not bargaining. You are speaking to your own hearts, the past one and the present one, and asking them to be kind to each other in the morning. Make a tiny nighttime no list, spoken aloud so your body can hear the contract.
No interrogations. No predicting doom.
No scrolling past the point where my chest tightens. No deciding life's course before sunrise. If you accidentally break the list, say, "I notice," and return to breather. Friendliness is more persuasive than threats. Parents or caregivers who are up at odd hours can make the dark kinder with repeatable micro-rites. Every time you pass the kettle, hum one note. Each diaper becomes a blessing. May you be comfortable. Each hallway walk is a pilgrimage. At the end, 2 breaths at the window. Don't aim for sacred. Aim for steady. Your nervous system will learn to borrow comfort from the predictability. Let's close with a longer breath cycle that folds everything we've practiced into one gentle loop. Inhale as if smelling something warm and familiar. Exhale like you're cooling tea. Inhale and name the truth. Grief is here, or calm is here, or numbness is here. Exhale and add kindness, and I can be gentle. Inhale and see clearly, thought says forever, or thought says never, or thought says must. Exhale and loosen, I let go of the fight against this moment. 3 loops. If words fade into feeling, let them. Place both hands over your heart, or one over heart and one over belly. Say softly, "Thank you for carrying me, body. Even when you ache, you try to keep me." Say, "Thank you, mind, for trying to protect me." Let's use you for naming, not punishing. Say, "Thank you, love, for staying in forms I can carry." If that feels like too many words, choose one. Thank you. Some nights one word is the whole prayer. The room can become a monastery of ordinary things now. The hum of the heater is a chant. The rectangle of softer dark on the wall is a small altar. Your blanket is the robe you get to throw over your shoulders without earning. You can release everything you cannot hold into the bowl of mercy. One sentence spoken toward the ceiling, one sentence of mercy for yourself. The bowl does not leak. If sleep comes, let it. If wakefulness keeps you for a while, rest anyway. Rest counts. Rest is water on the roots. You do not owe the night performance. You owe your life honesty and care, and you have practiced both in these minutes. That practice does not disappear at the edge of the bed. It travels with you into dreams and through the hours when you lie in the company of your breath and the ordinary guardians of your room. Before we pause, take one last friendly inhale and a ribbon-long exhale. Imagine you are placing that ribbon on a gentle shelf for your future self to find in the morning. Whisper, "Sleep if you want. Rest if you must. Love stays." Then let your face soften into the pillow, your hands go slack, your breathing do what it knows. The night knows what to do with you. You are not alone in it. Settle again, dear friend. Let the night be whatever size it is. Maybe you feel drowsy, maybe you feel alert in a soft way, like a cat listening to rain. Either is welcome. Notice how the surface beneath you is a patient friend. The chair holds, the bed holds, the floor holds. Let one breath drift in like a small boat to shore. Let the next drift out with a longer ribbon of ease. You have nothing to prove in this part. We are going to practice the art of beginning again, gently, honestly, and in ways so small they can fit into your pocket. Beginning again is not a grand restart. It is the ordinary magic of turning toward the very next step with soft eyes. The mind often declares that real change must be dramatic. A new life by morning, a complete plan by noon. But the living world prefers increments. Dawn arrives by degrees. Leaves unfurl cell by cell. Your nervous system changes like moss grows, quietly, stubbornly, through many little contacts with moisture and light. Tonight we'll rehearse a few dawns you can carry into any morning, even if morning comes late, even if the sky is gray.
Imagine Joaquin.
Not tomorrow exactly, just the next time you open your eyes. Before the phone, before the calendar, there is a small ceremony we can make. Feet to floor, hand to heart, one sentence of truth and one sentence of care. Truth might be, I miss, or I'm tired, or I feel a bit steadier. Care might be, I will move gently, or I will drink water, or I will choose the smallest kind step. Touch something steady, the wall, the dresser, the bed frame. So the body hears that the world still includes edges that don't argue. Beginning again is not a slogan. It is a touch. There's a quiet story people tell about a young monk and a bowl. Each evening he'd wash it until the water ran clear. Each morning it would be dusty again from the night air. He complained to the elder, who smiled and said, "Then you have two practices, washing at night, washing in the morning." The point was not to keep the bowl untouched by air. The point was to love washing. In our lives, the dust returns. The inbox fills, the thoughts crowd, the ache whispers. Beginning again is the willingness to wash the bowl as many times as a life requires, without turning the cloth into a whip. Let's craft a morning weave you can slip into without struggle. Call it light, water, word. When the light changes, whatever time that is for you, let your body register it. Pull a curtain, open a blind, look toward the softest patch of brightness. Then water. A glass to the lips, not as a duty but as a gesture of welcome to a throat that worked all night keeping you alive. Then word. A single value whispered into the room like a promise, steady or kind or honest or present. Pair the word with one action you can finish in less than 5 minutes. If steady, make the bed slowly. If kind, send a heart. If honest, choose one sentence you will not bend today. Light, water, word. The day does not become perfect. It becomes inhabited. Grief will still have its tides. Beginning again includes how you meet the returning wave. When it rises, you can practice the little bow we've learned. I see you. Then you choose a shape that fits your energy. On some mornings, that shape is movement. A short walk with the cadence "Here I am with you," letting the you be breath or ground or memory. On other mornings, the shape is stillness. 3 long exhalations with your hand on the mattress, whispering, "You've got me." There is no wrong shape. There is only the shape that lets your nervous system stay a little more open than it used to in this weather. Consider a ritual called first kindness, last kindness. Before the day takes you, give yourself one uncomplicated kindness. Warm your hands around a cup, stand by a window and look at the furthest thing you can see. Put on soft socks that make your feet remember comfort. At day's end, offer one kindness to your future self. Set out tomorrow's mug, place a glass of water by the bed. Leave a gentle note where your eye will fall. Do the true small thing, then breathe. The loop you make between you now and you next is a bridge your body will trust. We can turn errands into practice and practice into errands. If you need to go to the store, take the 3 anchors walk from the doorway to the car. Feet for a breath, palms for a breath, back for a breath. At a red light, let the exhale be longer and let your jaw unhook. In the aisle, if a song catches your ribs, Hold a lemon for 2 breaths and let the cool skin bring you back into the present. Every ordinary place is a little monastery if you let it be. Shelves for altars, aisles for cloisters, the beep of scanners for bells. Beginning again often requires forgiving yesterday, not with a speech but with a posture. If your inner critic starts the morning by stacking evidence that you are behind, practice the coach's tone. We did what we could. We'll choose one kind step now. Then actually choose it. Small as it is, move laundry from washer to dryer, answer the yes/no email, step outside and name one color the sky is making. You are building the reflex to move from self-attack to action, which is how courage feels in an ordinary life. A tender part of beginning again is how you carry love into rooms where its form has changed. The rope metaphor has been with us. How love burns the hands when we pull against the ocean of change. By now you've practiced turning rope into ribbon. Ribbons are good for tying reminders to your day. Pick one thread you'll keep on purpose, not to punish yourself with memory, but to let it move with you. A weekly note written to the one you miss and placed in your water bowl. A dish cooked on Sundays the way they liked, eaten as a blessing rather than a museum exhibit. A walk on a street you shared with the cadence "Here I am with you," but now you means the world that remains. The ribbon does not choke, it guides. We can meet the 3 frictions first thing because morning minds often sprint. Craving might say, only the old life again. Bow to it, then take 3 sips of water like 3 small vows. I will breathe, I will move gently, I will do one helpful thing. Aversion might say, not this day, not this body, not these forms. Bow, then choose the smallest piece of the necessary task and do only that. Fog might say, decide everything now or you'll fail. Bow, then write 3 lines. First, next, end. Tape them where you will see. The bow is not compliance. It is recognition without wrestling. The body learns beginning again through sensation. A 90-second sequence can help. Sit at the edge of the bed. Inhale and lift your shoulders toward your ears. Exhale and let them drop, softening. Inhale and spread your fingers wide. Exhale and lay your hands open on your thighs. Inhale and press your heels gently into the floor. Exhale and release. Then, with eyes half-lidded, do the far-near practice for 3 rounds. Look to the furthest corner. Feel the nearest fabric. When you stand, your animal knows you asked it, not ordered it. Identity will try to harden again by breakfast. The old jacket with the big letters, the one who must or the one who failed, may find your shoulders by habit. Beginning again includes choosing your clothes. In the mirror, offer yourself a soft introduction. I am a person who loves and is learning to live with change. I move at human speed. I keep a lantern. I let myself be helped. Wear that bio inside your morning even if no one else reads it. It changes the way your hands carry the day. Let's talk about courage that does not roar. Quiet courage looks like making the appointment you've been avoiding and then lying down for 10 minutes because your body did a hard thing. Quiet courage looks like asking a friend to sit beside you while you sort a drawer. Quiet courage is saying no to an invitation that would cost tomorrow's breath. It is calling customer service with your heart beating fast and saying, I need help walking through this form. It is stepping outside to feel air on your face when the room feels like a narrative you can't survive. Courage is not the absence of shaking. It is the hand you put on your own back while you shake. A small parable for endurance. Bamboo and oak both know wind. When storms come, the oak holds stiff. Sometimes it cracks. Bamboo bends and hums and stands back up. You do not have to choose one tree to be. Some days you're oak. You draw a boundary and keep it. Some days you're bamboo. You let yourself bend and sing a little with the weather. Beginning again is learning which tree the day asks for and trusting that both are alive in you. Meaning will want to be included in your re-beginnings. We practiced 1 square meter of care. Now you can let that meter travel. Today the meter might be your sink. Tomorrow the meter might be your inbox. The day after, your block, where you pick up 2 pieces of stray litter and let your hands remember usefulness. Small service steadies grief by giving love a channel that does not demand joy first. Language keeps the path clear. Keep the there is phrasing close. There is heaviness here. There is also breath here. There is anxiety visiting. There is also a hand that can hold a cup. There is numbness. There is also fabric on my cheek. This grammar makes room for 2 truths and invites the nervous system to stop bracing for a monsoon when a shower is what's falling. There's a repair loop for mornings that go sideways. Pause. Name. Soften. Choose. You wake to a message that cuts. Pause for 1 breath. Name sting is here. Soften. Jaw by a millimeter. Exhale a fraction longer. Choose. Move the message to a folder labeled later or write a 3-sentence reply that is true, kind, and brief. Then touch a steady object, even for a second. The door frame, the sink, the back of a chair. Beginning again happens in loops, not straight lines. Together can be part of beginning again even when you're alone in a room. Create a tiny roll call that you ask your day. Open the window and whisper, who else is breathing? Picture a nurse in a lit room, a baker kneading dough before sunrise, someone on a night bus, a child turning in their sleep. You are not required to know names. Let your breath join the human field for 3 inhales. Then proceed. This is how loneliness becomes less sharp without you pretending it doesn't exist. On days when you feel the tug to prove something, to yourself, to others, to the silent committee in your head, practice 1 act of unnecessary kindness. Write a thank you note no one expects. Straighten a book that isn't yours. Leave a compliment where it can be found by a stranger. The nervous system learns from these acts that you are more than the trial you keep holding. You are human in a human world. Proof dissolves in contact. We can rehearse difficult conversations in a way that costs less breath. Stand in your doorway and speak the sentence you fear you can't say, but in the weather words. Today is foggy for me. I need fewer decisions. I want to be with you and I'll be quiet. I'm feeling a lot. Let me answer tomorrow. Hear how the sentence lands in your own chest. If it drags like a chain, shorten it. If it stings, soften the tone, not the truth. When the real conversation comes, your body will recognize the shape. Sometimes beginning again involves facing rooms that are heavy with memory. You do not have to go alone. Bring a companion, a timer, a friend, a ritual. Set the timer for 12 minutes. Ask your friend to text you a heart at minute 6. Start with a broom in your hand, not a camera in your mind. Sweep the floor. Wipe the surface. If you find a tender object, use the 1 hold decide later method and place it in the box you prepared. When the timer ends, end. Walk outside and let light touch your face. You honored. You did not drown. That is a worthy morning. On days when joy peeks in, let it land. Don't interrogate it. Why now is this allowed? Will this offend the past? Instead, place your hand on the part of your body that warms and say, stay for a breath. If guilt arrives, give it the bowl of mercy. I wish it were different. May I be forgiven for living. Then let joy be a visitor, not a trespasser. Love is not erased by your softening. It is expressed in the tenderness with which you let life move again. We'll add a small practice called the soft promise. It is spoken to the future you and can be kept in the least glamorous moments. I will not abandon you, even when I am tired of this weather. Say it at the sink. Say it in the car. Say it with your hand on your chest in a hallway, eyes closed for 1 breath. This promise changes the way your body anticipates the day. The animal in you stops flinching for the next blow and starts watching for the next hand. If you are returning to creative work or any craft, remember the 5-minute rule we touched. Touch the instrument, touch the keys, touch the pen. 5 minutes counts. Some days the hand on the lid counts. Beginning again in art is the same as in grief. Contact over outcome. The flowers will come when the season does. Today you water. Let's honor endings as part of beginning again. When you finish a tiny task, mark it gently. Pencil line through the list. A small done whispered to the room. A hand to the heart and one breath of acknowledgement. I kept a thread. The body swells with a quiet pride that does not need applause. This pride fuels the next small start. Your home can help you remember. Place 3 subtle cues where your eye will often land. On the bathroom mirror, one kind step. On the fridge, drink water before deciding. On the door, I know how to leave. I know how to return. These are not orders. They are lanterns left for you by you. If you care for others, fold them into the practice without asking your heart to split itself. In the morning, a 3-breath pause together before anyone leaves the house. Feet on floor. Inhale, I'm here. Exhale, with you. In the afternoon, a check-in that uses weather words instead of performance. In the evening, one sentence of thank you directed at them for something small. Thank you for bringing me the spoon, for laughing at the dog's sigh, for sitting with me while we did nothing. Love grows in the soil of specific noticing. When setbacks come, and they will, because weather repeats, refuse the story that says you are back at zero. You are not at zero. You are at this moment with all your practice with you. The breath you lengthen now is not your first. The boundary you speak now was rehearsed. The bowl of mercy has held nights before. Beginning again is not erasing your path. It is stepping back onto it with the humility of a person who lives in a changing sky. There is one more image I want to place in your pocket. Imagine a small path of stones across a shallow stream. Each stone is one practice we've made. Pause, name, soften, choose. Feet, hands back. Here I am with you. I remove one arrow. I keep one vow. 1 square meter of care. The bowl of mercy. The 4 lanterns. Light, water, word. You do not have to leap the stream. You step stone to stone. Some days your foot slips, you get a little wet. Still, the far bank is not a mystery. It is simply more ground you can walk when the time is right. Your person, your before life, the hopes you've carried. They are not on the far bank tapping their feet. They are walking beside you as memory light, as kindness, as values. They are the reason your feet keep learning their courage. Let's gather all of this into a breath you can do at dawn or any time you notice a new beginning opening in front of you. Inhale for 4, for what matters. Exhale for 6, with what I have. Inhale for 4, I begin again. Exhale for 6, gently, truly. Rest for 2 at the bottom where the body feels the smallest relief. Repeat 3 times. If words fade, let feeling remain. The day will hear you. Before we pause, choose one thread you will carry into your next waking. Perhaps I will pace myself and tell the truth. Perhaps one kind step is still a step. Perhaps I will not add the second arrow. Picture yourself doing the smallest action that matches it. See your hand reach for the glass. See your feet meet the floor. Hear your voice saying the weather of your heart. Beginning again is not dramatic from the outside. It is steady from the inside. That steadiness is your lantern. Rest now in the ordinary hush of the room. Let the jaw loosen by a fraction, the shoulders settle by a breath. Let the thought I must figure everything out tonight dissolve at the edges. You have made many small agreements with kindness. They do not vanish when you close your eyes. They wait, patient as dawn. When morning comes, you will recognize them. They will recognize you. Settle here one more time, dear friend. Feel the faithful weight of your body in this room that has learned your breathing. The chair holds, the bed holds, the floor holds. Let an easy inhale arrive without ceremony. Let the exhale be a ribbon, just a breath's width longer than habit. If thoughts lean forward, let them. We will not yank them back. We will set a warm cup beside them and keep company with what is true. We have walked a long, gentle road together, through acceptance and compassion, clear seeing and letting go, language as shelter, body wisdom, forgiveness, re-entry, meaning, and the art of beginning again. You have done this not by forcing yourself into a new shape, but by softening the one you already live in. The teachings we've handled were not porcelain to keep on a shelf. They were wooden spoons for stirring ordinary days. Tonight, we close the circle, not like a book slammed shut, but like a lantern turned low so the wick rests and is ready for tomorrow. Before anything else, offer a soft bow to the one who has listened. You, your hands, your lungs, your nervous system that kept showing up even when the wind rose. Whisper inside, "Thank you for carrying me." Feel how your chest meets the words, maybe with warmth, maybe with nothing at all. Both are honest. Honesty has been our doorway all along. Let us gather the three inner powers as if we were placing them back in their pouches for the night. Compassion, the tone that chooses not to add the second arrow. Clear seeing, the pair of glasses that tells ropes from snakes, weather from verdict. Letting go, the open hand that carries love as a ribbon, not a rope. Hold each for a breath. Compassion, I will speak to myself as if I were someone I love. Clear seeing, I will tell the plain truth. Letting go, I will release the fight against this moment. 3 breaths are enough to remember your tools. A final story, laid down like a smooth stone. In the old accounts, when the Buddha's life was bending toward its dusk, he rested under tall trees while friends gathered close. There were questions and tears and ordinary logistics because even great teachers travel like humans at the end. What remains from that evening is not a riddle or a rousing speech. It is a gentle summary. Things change. Keep practicing. In a secular tongue, everything is weather. Stay with what helps. Nothing glamorous, nothing cruel. A quiet hand on the same rail we've held together. Let that be your inheritance. Not a demand to be perfect, but a permission to be faithful to what steadies you. Make a small altar of memory and breath inside your chest. Place on it the practices that fit your life. The pause name soften choose loop. The 3 anchors, feet, hands, back. The 4 lanterns, dim, warm, slow, kind. The bowl of mercy at the edge of the bed. The 1 square meter of care. Light waterword. Here I am with you. I remove 1 arrow. I keep 1 vow. I begin again. Do not try to carry them all at once. Choose 1, maybe 2 each day. Place yesterday's gently back on the shelf. Trust that you can reach for it again when the weather asks. We will craft a closing ritual you can revisit whenever you want to remember that steadiness isn't somewhere else. Takes 3 minutes and the materials are ordinary. First minute, arrival. Sit or lie as you are. Touch a door frame or the bed or your own sternum and whisper, I arrive. Feel the contact. Let the exhale lengthen by a finger's width of time. If tears come, let them be water that remembers how to fall. If you are dry, let dryness be part of tonight's weather. Second minute, truth. Name 3 plain facts in a low voice your ears can hear. The room is dim. My chest feels tight or loose. I am breathing. Resist the urge to add a forecast. Keep to the weather of now. Then add 1 sentence of mercy. I will not add the second arrow. I will move at human speed. I will set 1 thing down. Third minute, intention. Choose a value word that can ride in your pocket until morning. Gentle, steady, Honest, present, loving. Pair it with a breath-sized action. A glass of water, a message sent, a window opened and then closed, a soft look at the hardest object in the room for 2% more time than yesterday. Close with a hand on the mattress or the floor and whisper, "You've got me." This is your earth touch. The ground remembers you. Take that ritual into the days to come, not as a rule but as a lullaby your body recognizes when the mind is loud. If you want, let's walk once more through the rooms where practice lives, so tomorrow feels like a place you can enter without flinching. In the kitchen, the sink can be a bell. Warm water, slow hands, one bowl washed as if gentleness were learned through fingertips. In the hallway, thresholds can be small monasteries. Brush the frame with 2 fingers and say, "I arrive." In the living room, your paused seat remembers the sound of your breathing. Sit for 3 breaths and 1 honest sentence when waves rise. In the bedroom, your bowl of mercy waits for 1 regret and 1 mercy before the light goes out. On the desk, a note labeled today's 3 keeps your breath from being spent on 30. In the pocket, a smooth stone of a sentence, "One kind step is still a step," gives your hand something to hold when vocabulary fails. In your phone, a meadow exists for 1 protected hour without feeds. A friend lives on the first screen who knows how to listen with silence. If you step outside, let the first thing you see be a teacher. Tree, lend me your posture. Sky, remind me of distance. Ground, take my weight. If you pass other humans, bless them under your breath with something tiny and real. May your shoulders drop by a fraction. May your coffee be warm. May your return home be gentle. Blessings plant meaning in a day without demanding a reason for every storm. If grief comes with fast claws, craving, pushing, fogging, let the old lines do their work. I see you, Mara. Sit with me while I breathe. Then choose your sweep. Make tea, water a plant, wipe a small surface. Guests are less tyrants when the host keeps sweeping. If guilt returns with courtroom robes, check the pocket distinction. Fact or verdict. If there's a fact, ask for the smallest repair. If there's only a verdict, pour it into the bowl and add mercy. May I be forgiven. May I learn. May I act gently next time. Then do the one next thing. Set a reminder, draft an apology, practice a boundary sentence in the mirror. Do not build a scaffold of punishments and call it virtue. Repair is enough work for 1 breath. If loneliness hums, call roll in the human field. Nurse on a night shift, driver on a long road, someone crying in a bathroom, someone kissing a forehead in a doorway, someone like you breathing. Your breath joins theirs even if you never learn their names. Togetherness can be felt without being solved. If joy arrives, let it. The critic will try to deputize you into suspicion. Translate guilt with a single sentence. I carry you with me by living. Put your hand where warmth blooms and say, stay for a breath. Let joy be a visitor who doesn't have to explain itself at the door. If decision fog thickens, shrink the scope. Not this life, this hour. Drink water. Pay one small thing. Answer the yes or no message. Stand by a window and name the furthest thing you can see. Far, near, far, near. A path in fog is paved with small stones. If sleep is shy, court it. For lanterns, dim, warm, slow, kind. Teddy bear breath if it helps. The 4-2-6 soft count. A page in the bowl for the mind's tasks. Midnight is not an hour for treaties. It is an hour for being a mammal who rests. If you wake at 2 or 3, sit up for 3 minutes, sip water, touch a steady object, whisper, I am awake and safe. Lie down. Let the exhale be the ribbon you place on the gentle shelf. If work presses, remember that honesty protects tomorrow's breath. Today's 3. A clean apology if needed. A credible plan that doesn't crush you. A hand to your own chest after you hit send. I am learning to be a person at work while I am a person in grief. No machine could love the way you do. No machine is asked to heal the way you are. Measure yourself by the care you bring, not by a ledger that doesn't know how to count breath. If you care for others, keep the choreography simple. A shared 3-breath pause at a doorway. Whether words at dinner instead of performances. One specific thank you. One small job done together. Your love does not need fireworks to be real. Candles count. And when you forget all of this, and you will, because you are human and weather repeats, begin again without ceremony. Pause. Name. Soften. Choose. You can do that in a grocery line, in a meeting, in a hallway, on a pillow. Beginning again is not an admission of failure. It is the method. Dawn by degrees. Practice by breaths. A life by many small mercies. Let's place one more kindness in the body to carry forward. Lie back or sit with support. Close your eyes if safe. Bring your attention to 3 rooms of the torso. Inhale into the belly, room 1. Exhale and soften the jaw, room 3. Inhale into the ribs, room 2. Exhale and soften the belly, room 1. Inhale into the throat and face, room 3. Exhale and soften the chest, room 2. 3 rooms, 3 softenings. Your whole house participates in being alive. Your whole house can rest. Now, a closing blessing, simple enough to memorize without trying. Say it once out loud if you can. So your own voice is the instrument that carries you. May I see what is here without turning against myself. May I carry love as a lantern and not as a rope. May I move at human speed and choose one kind step. May I set down what I cannot hold tonight and pick up what matters in the morning. May I remember that weather changes and I am allowed to rest. Let the words dissolve into feeling. Let the feeling dissolve into breath. The room is quiet, a companion that does not interrupt. The night knows its job. You do not have to do it for the night. If sleep comes, let it find you friendly. If wakefulness lingers, rest anyway. Rest is also a form of love. The practices you've met are not exams to pass. They are hands you can reach for in the dark. Your future self will find them. So will others who meet you and feel the steadiness you've been building in inches. This is how goodness travels, one breath, one bowl, one small square meter of care at a time. When you rise next, whether in 10 minutes or 10 hours, the path will still be under your feet. You know some of its stones by touch. You know where the lantern hangs. You know where the broom lives. You know how to put your palm to the doorframe and say, I arrive. That is enough to begin again. For now, place one hand on the mattress as if holding the earth's hand back. Whisper, you've got me. Place the other hand over your heart and whisper, I won't add the second arrow. Then let breath do what breath does when it is trusted. The stories can wait. The sky will turn without your supervision. Love remains in forms you can carry. Good night, dear friend. May the room keep you. May the dark be gentle. May your sleep or your rest be the kind that brings you home to yourself.